Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. Infamously, I have delayed phase sleep disorder, and it really fucks with my schedule from time to time. And I'm fighting it today. My schedule, basically the sleep phases, my circadian rhythm has a very odd patterning to it. Let's just put it that way. And so today is one of those times that it is pushing my sleep phases. But let's start the top of the show with the most important headline of the day. Lil Wayne, the rapper, picked up a federal gun charge in Florida. I don't know why that stood out. I don't know why that amuses me so much. It was a gold-plated handgun that he said he received on for Father's Day, and it was in his luggage. I you know, he's a felon. And please, for the love of God, stop drinking lean, Lil Wayne. He's a felon, and he tried to get a handgun through airport security in his luggage, and that didn't work. I don't know why that story amuses me so much, but it really does. So, yeah, good luck, Lil Wayne, with your new handgun charges. He's rich enough. He'll have good attorneys. I doubt he'll see the inside of a jail or anything like that. He'll be fine. Yeah, drugs and yes men will fuck you, my friends. Exactly. Exactly. I don't, what the fuck he was thinking. Jesus Christ, you're a felon and you're going through an airport with a gold-plated fucking Glock. I don't know what model. Hello, Marie. I don't actually know what model handgun it was. All I saw when I looked at it initially. Let me try and find it here. Yeah, gold-plated handgun. That's all. I got nothing. I'd love to know what kind of gun it was, though. That'd be funny. But either way, tried to drag a gold-plated Glock through Florida security, airport security, and well, that didn't quite work out well for him. Good luck, Lil Wayne. Good luck. A whole bunch of kind of weird shit. Lindsey Graham, in the words of one attorney who was talking about it, it's what we in the legal field call a felony. Lindsey Graham may have actively sought out to have ballots thrown out behind the scenes. That's going to get interesting. It would be funny if the Republicans lost the Senate because Lindsey Graham was under investigation and had legal troubles as a result of his actions during this last campaign. That would get weird. And the Fed appointee, let's just say fuck the banks right out of the gate, so we can get that out of the way. But the appointee to the Federal Reserve Board of Directors that this administration is trying to tried to ram through. Special one, wanted to do away with the FDIC and go back on the gold standard because it's like 1880, and yeah, and so the FDIC is that thing, that sign that you see at every bank that your deposits at that bank are insured up to $250 a piece individually by the federal government. This is somebody that they want to appoint to the board of directors of the Federal Reserve, who actively wants to do away with that because reasons. She's special. Just put it that way. And they still have that fucking the person who oversees the transitionary. Hey, we need. Oh God. I hope you're. I hope you're just being funny. Because it's not how that works. Let's just put it that way. That's not how that works. But if you are being funny, forgive me. I'm a little a little tired right now, and the stream is just starting, so my brain is still booting up. Otherwise, good luck with that. Oh, where's Sue? He specifically was sending me messages earlier today, wanting to know if I was live tonight or not. Oh, either way. Oh. One sec. Hey, Billy. Hello, Billy. Nice to see you're still an avowed anarchist based on the symbol next to your name. Exactly, Kat. This is why I'm unironically a fan of inefficient bureaucratic systems. Dumbass fascists tend to have a hard time navigating them. Yeah, the intricacies of parliamentary and bureaucratic systems tend not to be within the purview of those individuals. Let's see. Cat, heads up, I think it's going to be one of those streams. Just know that. Oh, geez. And yeah, I mean, did you see that shit, Cat, with Christina? Fucking fires whipping through California, being pushed by like desert winds, like 30, 40 mile an hour desert winds. It was a hell of a fucking thing today. I'm glad she's safe, though. And oh yeah, Alaska's going to do ranked voting, single primary ballot ranked voting. That was question 2, I believe, measure 2, I think is what they titled it. But that got passed with the down ticket stuff in Alaska. It's being said that it's probably going to be a benefit to like neolibertarians, because Alaska has a fairly strong libertarian, like neolibertarian. Set of candidates usually. But either way, they're going to do single primary ballot ranked voting from here on out for the Alaskan elections, which should be interesting. The only other one to have gone that route is Maine, off the top of my head. So, yeah, it'd be nice if we could get some alternative. You know, I'd prefer approval voting, but I mean, ranked choice voting would be fine as well. The single primary ballot's also an interesting thing to go with. That's so rather than like, you know, the Democrats have a primary, the Republicans have a primary, the Green Party has a primary, the Libertarians have a primary. No, everybody has a single primary, and there's ranked choice voting on it. So you can vote for your, well, strategic choice as well as your backup choice. Let's see. Oh my God. Amy Trey. Yeah, Alaska and Capistan based. No, I mean, it's being mildly familiar with the political landscape of Alaska. Trust me, that ranked choice, single primary ranked choice is going to get interesting. There's going to be some really wacky candidates to come out of Alaska. They like them. They like their sort of like neolibertarianism. They like their like fiscal conservatism. I'm sorry. They like social conservatism with a mix of sort of social policies. None of them. There's a whole host of people in Alaska that, you know, advocate for like fiscal conservatism, but at the same time, they're big fans of their oil check. So it gets weird up there sometimes. They'll say one thing, but they'll vote for another. They'll definitely do another. And, you know, that federalized, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's essentially a form of federalization. That federalized, holy shit, he lives. Hey, Panda. That's form of federalization or nationalization of the oil money that you get in Alaska, that check. Is definitely one of the things that they turn a blind eye at. They're like, oh well, that's fine. We want our oil check money, but never mind the fact that that's, you know, a socialized program out of private funds. So yeah, look for like next year. No, it'd be 2022. look for things to get some interesting candidates to start coming out of Alaska based on that. FBI said hate crimes surged 20% under Trump. Just throwing that out there. Don't really have anything to talk about. But part of the part of Moderna's vaccine funding came from Dolly Parton. Just one of those random fucking things that made it into the news in the last cycle. Hey, Tuna. And so, just one of those, just like, what the fuck? Who's Juan? Oh, yeah, I remember Juan now. Name is already escaping me. But yeah, I just no Juan. No Juan. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Let's just put it that way. So there's a yeah, exactly. There's a Craigslist app, a Muslim dating app, and a Level app for installing shelves that are used within and a prayer app that are used within largely Islamic communities, that is being used by the U.S. military, Customs and Border Patrol, Immigrations and Custom, the IRS, and the Secret Service. We found out that they're using the text from the dating apps. They're using the location information. They're buying it from a company called Babel Street. This is just one of the tools that they're using to track 98 million people. It was just one of those tech stories that came across my basically feed today that I was like, that's fucking weird. I mean, it's not surprising. It's just interesting. It's one of those like, the apps themselves, the companies behind them, say that the location data is anonymized, but multiple people have said it's very easy to de-anonymize this data. It's not difficult at all, especially when you're dealing with those like lettered agencies. So, yeah. I'm gay, Tuna. It wouldn't be finding hot Muslim women. It would be finding hot Muslim men. Hey, Sir Stan. Sorry. That's the nature of the fucking game, right? 3 days a week, I do an evening show. 2 days a week, I do a nighttime show. So it gets weird sometimes. But much love if you're going to hang around. Good luck with the sleep schedule. What hobbies do I have? I have a bunch. Like I'm a maker, right? Like I'm a builder, I'm a creator. I like to make stuff. I constantly have a new project, whatever it may be. So the last one I completed was a pen test device. We call it a penetration test. That's not how I designed it. It's just a penetration device. But 3D printed casing and software and some custom hardware architecture and, circuitry. Yes, Tuna. Network security. Nodal security, network security. But that was the last one. I mean, I home water distillation devices that a machine that I rebuilt. Whatever. I like making and crafting and creating, and especially as my neuropathy gets worse and my hands gets worse, I kind of have a focus on all of that. I like to do something and build something on a regular basis, because there is going to come a day in my future where my hands are going to get so bad that it's going to get extremely difficult to do stuff like that. So I try and get as much of that sort of stuff in. But restoration of things. You know, I've, you name it, I'll turn my hand at it. I enjoy it. My work. Yep, I saw that article and glossed over it. It's fucking hosed. I'm not sure how recent it is, but here in Australia and New South Wales, government decided to take away. Hey, thank you. Oh, you fucking people obsessed with Hunter Biden. It's fucking hilarious. Decided to take away 200 million in funding from the rural firefighting department. Oh, lovely. Lovely. I'm sure that won't, I'm sure nothing will happen as a result of that, my work. I can't imagine any, let's see. No, I can't imagine any unforeseen consequences of that. Were there any stories in the news recently this last year that might indicate how that could be a bad idea? Oh, yeah, the Trump tried to start World War III thing is fucking hilarious. More casualties than Nagasaki. It was fucking ridiculous. Let's bomb a fucking Iranian nuclear facility. Would have, I mean, he tried to start World War III earlier this year, too. I mean, we know that. Who's the they? I love it when people, they. You already own nothing and you have zero privacy. Everything has a tax. Everything has a lease associated with it. Everything has some sort of expense that, if not paid, will result in confiscation by the government, local or federal. And your privacy has been non-existent basically for, I don't know how old you are, Tuna, but the majority of your life, at least. Let's put it that way. Signals intelligence from the OSS into the CIA and then the NSA and the NRO definitely have been a dominant thing the majority of your life. That's not, it's Sam again. That, you know, why would an anarchist organize a communist revolution, Sam? Come on. Home ownership. That's the thing. Don't pay your property taxes, Tuna, and tell me how much you owe, how much you own. Nobody's getting an allodial title these days. That's not a thing. You're not getting one. And that's the only way you actually own something, is if you get an allodial title and you get an exemption from those taxes. Otherwise, in my opinion at least, you're just renting. Sam. Come on air, Sam. Come on air. Have the conversation. I don't know, Tuna. You're the one talking about this supposed thing. I have my doubts as to whether it would be actually be a thing. But in either instance, I don't know. Do you have anything to talk about? Exactly, Tuna. Like, I mean, that's the thing. You're just confused. You know communism works much better than anarchism. They're not mutually independent. They're not mutually exclusive. Anarchism can work in concert with communism. All right, so we're just gonna pause the alerts. There you go. Done. I love the conservative obsession with Biden. He's living rent free in your heads. So there we go. Again, anarchist, not a fan of Biden. You're the one obsessed with Biden. I don't know. Maybe you have the hots for him. Have you seen the pictures of Biden when he was young? He was hot. He was fucking hot. Like, there's no way around that. That motherfucker, when he was young, was smoking. He was exactly Panda. Like, yeah, like 25-year-old Biden, I'd fucking do him. His kid isn't as hot as he was, though, in my opinion. All right, so I'm looking for this Great Reset stuff. Tuna, I'm gonna do a good faith look into it here, and we'll go from there. Uh, Man, I got a. I mean, that's not what you're talking about. I mean, that's a Forbes article from 2017. I'm trying to separate the wheat from the chaff because you've got a bunch of fucking conspiracy websites wrapped up in this one. A lot of this is just stemming from some random YouTube guy, Richie from Boston. And I'm having difficulty finding something other than, End Times Catholics and there we go. At least something from Time. There we go. All right. World Economic Forum. I mean, it looks like it's okay. So I'm finding actual reference to it beyond just the conspiracy sphere, Tuna. But again, it very much reads like the Green New Deal stuff. That there isn't anything written in stone here. There isn't any actual policy that I can find attached to this. It's a proposal that post-COVID, can we do better? Can we use this as an opportunity to shake some things up? Now, will we? I don't know. Oh, something just happened. Hey, Zen. I take my eyes off the fucking chat for fucking 2 minutes to look into some stuff for Tuna here. And oh, hey, Chad. I told you Cat's going to be one of those. Told ya. I'll one of these moments I may resume alerts, but for the time being, we're going to leave stream alerts paused. But yeah, like I said, Tuna, I don't find anything specific. Like there's not going to be home ownership after, the Great Reset and stuff like that. I'm healing from the Rona, but healing, ugh. I mean, if I go to like stoppingsocialism.com or breitbart.com, I can find all sorts of wacky interpretations. But if I use the World Economic Forum and Forbes and, these sorts of things, then what I'm finding is it seems to be a discussion about what happens post-COVID. Can we use this as an opportunity to change global and national rhetoric and policy? Now, will we? Who knows? Will some? Probably. Will we? I mean, that's the thing. As much as the right likes to demonize and freak out about fucking Democrats taking a presidency and stuff like that, it's weird. Alex Jones talked about it a long time ago. Now I'm seeing references to this terminology. This term has been around for a while, and it's used multiple times. I find it dating back years, but not in reference to this moment, not in reference to, specific instances. Anytime there's been a crisis, it seems that the Great Reset has been used to describe, has been used as a term in order to, describe a set of opportunities to change things. So, take anything AJ says with a grain of salt. Let's just put it that way. Let's see. What was in? Was then crappy? My best friend. Oh, fucking Azen. I remember. This is why I haven't had pets since my cats died. Right? Like I had a pair of Siamese cats. Yes, Lady and the Tramp. I had a pair of Siamese cats for years and years and years. Siamese cats tend to live a long time, and after the female, she was the last to go, as is tradition. It was. I haven't managed to. I've wanted a dog, but I just can't. I can't do it. Fucking breaks my heart. I'm sorry, man. See, and that's the thing. Like Tuna, I will concede that. AJ was actually, ironically, the thing that is the funniest that he gets made fun of, the gay frogs, is actually the thing that he kind of got the closest on, is that a whole host of androgenic and hormone disrupting chemicals were entering the water supply off the coast of California, and were causing hermaphroditism within fish and amphibians in the area. It was an actual environmental problem. And so the thing about, it was like the thing we make fun of him for is actually the closest he got to being true usually. Hey, Dirtbag and Dirtbag's viewers. Welcome. It seems to be shaping up to be one of those streams tonight. Thanks for swinging by though. Let me resume that. Oh. Hello, Dirtbag and Raiders. It sounds like an insult. Oh. Take a drink here. Hang on. Did you guys have a good stream? What were you streaming today? Pro Antifa, anti-capitalism, pro lockdown stream. And as always, Dirtbags tag leftists are the bestest. Prove me wrong. Yeah, we were just having a good faith discussion about Alex Jones of all people, and something that may have bordered a borderline, conspiracy theory, but good faith investigation into it, that sort of thing. Sammy, you can call me a dirtbag. You wouldn't be lying. Fucking around these parts, colloquially, a fair amount of people like to reference degens. I know Cat's a big fan of that one. I'm a dirtbag. Hey, thank you for the follow, Sammy. I'm a dirtbag for not wearing a mask, apparently. Wear a fucking mask. We're tired of this shit. Wash your hands. Stay a few feet away from each other and wear a mask. I don't even engage in good faith with conspiracy theories. I usually don't. Around these parts, dirtbag, I call it speculative thinking. But usually I don't. But Tuna hit me with an interesting one. And so I was unfamiliar with it. So I, looked into it. Let's look into it and see, what the deal is. Let's try and separate a little wheat from chaff sort of situation. And we did have a good chuckle about the Alex Jones gay frog thing along the way. It was about the friends we made along the way. Sometimes it's fun to jump in the rabbit hole. I don't make a policy of it. I really discourage and dissuade people from engaging in speculative thinking. I think Tuna got banned from my channel, maybe. It's entirely possible. He's been timed out on my channel, but I don't think we've ever banned Tuna. Oh, he hasn't. Tuna, you haven't had a timeout. I know you said you have, but you haven't. I'm looking at your account history here. You haven't had a ban or a timeout from my channel. You've tried, I think, but you haven't managed to do it. This is the only channel I don't troll on. Thank you. Thank you. I try to engage with a lot of people the left doesn't like to engage with, good faith sort of situation. Dirtbag, I mostly just drank and smoked weed for 6 hours. Oh, I respect it. Come on. My stepfather who has scarred lungs. Zen, man, if there's anything, if you want to jump on air, if you want to talk, if you just want to like try and get out of your own skull, let me know, man. Anything we can do to make it a little easier for you. 'Cause that sucks. Yes, the party capybara. I wish I could get a larger emote going. But yeah, my spirit animal is a capybara. And so that's party capybara. I want to come back as a capybara and chill in a Japanese hot spring and just be cool with everyone. Jaro, his cat is dying. His cat isn't doing well. Let's just put it that way. They're friend-shaped. I've never heard it put that way. I love that. They're friend-shaped. That's brilliant. Yeah, well, no. What'd you do, Sam? Come on air. Me, Trey, untime him out. I wanna, what'd he do? Thank you, Dirtbag. I heard it the other day. All right, I'm gonna do this temporarily. All right, we'll get into it. Like I've legit tried to think. Sammy, I'm not buying it, my man. I'm not buying it. It's a big ass cup of water. Yes. Libby Restaurant Wear. Libby. You can get restaurant supplies from them, and it is about the biggest fucking glass you can get from them. You can drop these on tile. It's not that they're borosilicate or they're anything special. It's a big ass fucking heavy glass. It'll break the tile. Yeah. Hey, somebody who knows Libby Restaurant Wear. Rock on, Jaro. Posture check. Oh, I think my posture's doing pretty well. My hands are kicking off again. Oh, my hands are kicking off. My neuropathy is attacking my whatever autoimmune. They won't work with me on it. But my hands, oh man, they're kicking off. I had a couple of days where they were okay, but it seems they're kicking off right now. The idea that we're supposed to LARP online and structure our shit like anarchy is stupid as fuck, says Cat. I don't know what. Again, I wasn't present for a lot of it. I was looking into what Tuna was asking about, and I wasn't actually looking at chat. And once he got timed out, bullshit, Sammy. Press X to doubt. I have seen soldiers double masked in the fucking in the desert, right? I have seen, growing up in the healthcare industry, I've seen ER and OR docs double mask all the time. They wear a white mask, like an N mask, underneath their medical mask. It's yeah. No, you do not pass out from wearing a bandana over your mouth. That's oh, good luck with that. Have fun. If there's anything that I need to be involved with mods, let me know. Otherwise, you know you have a certain level of autonomy. I don't care. I don't check my whispers, so like that's a thing. So let's back to a couple of headlines. We did, for those of you who weren't here at the top of the show, we covered the most important story of the day. Lil Wayne picked up some fucking firearms charges. I don't know. Jesus Christ. Hey, Only Twisted Fate. I don't think I've seen you raid before, but thanks for coming on by. And hello, viewers of Only Twisted Fate. I don't think I'm familiar with your channel. Let me know. Let me check you out here. And hang on. Let me do a shout out. He yeeted us here. Let's see. Oh, okay. You stream in politics. Cool. So yeah, I was just cracking jokes about Yes, Christina. I adore Christina. Let's just put it that way. Tell them I'm not trolling. They think I'm memeing. Ghost, what did you do on another channel? Yes, Christina with a motherfucking K, bitch. What'd you do, Ghost? Oh, yeah, no, Ghost is being serious. He's not trolling. He's not memeing. He's literally being, that's a good faith argument by Ghost. He really does want to just give guns to everyone. It may seem a little crazy. But he's not, like, unless he's mischaracterizing exactly what he was doing. Tuna, with very few restrictions, let's just put it that way. All is not hyperbolic to describe his position. I never said well, you just did say that, but I said I don't want the government preventing people from getting guns. It's a moot distinction and you know it, Ghost. But I appreciate the argument. Tuna, you know they get them anyway, right? I would never give guns to felons and people knee deep in gang activity. They get them anyway. Like, the legality side of that doesn't matter. That's not who's going to be prevented by that. Oh, you're that guy, Sam. Now I remember. Now I get why you're being such a fucking pain in the ass. Oh, I remember. You're fucking the Stalin apologist and the tanky. Oh, now it's all clicking why you're being such an obnoxious prick. I get it. Jesus Christ. Ghost, now that's trolling, and you know it. Would be on brand, to be fair. Love to be deported. Yes, I was just mad when I said that. Okay. All right. Now we know. Now we know. You are an authoritarian, Sam. You are. Like, you're an apologist for genocidal maniacs. Yeah, I know. Where would they send me, Christina? And Samurai with fucking, yeah, where do I sign up? Can I get like one of the Caribbean nations? Dominica? Australia maybe. Hell, I'll take Germany. I'll go hang out with Joe. No, you weren't banned. You were timed out, Sam, for being an obnoxious cunt, quite frankly. To quote my Australian brethren. You've been nothing but obnoxious. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. Number one girl. I'm not. Oh, hey, you were at TwitchCon. Tanky. Oh my God, Sam. Sam, please drop the fucking victim baton. This is fucking brilliant. I'm gonna have to implement slow mode at this rate. Oh wait, hang on. Interesting. Well, luckily I wasn't there for it. That is a hardline ban on my channel. I allow for oh, and for those of you that haven't been around before, here's the statement of praxis. I do allow. I give more leeway. And I create a far more open space than a lot of leftist streamers and right-wing streamers, to be perfectly frank. Then, in an attempt to engage in the dialectic, in a good faith attempt to have the conversation. But that if you threaten harm, if you threaten to kill, if you threaten harm on this channel, I have to ban you. It's just Twitch terms of service, and I can't risk it. So yeah, it very much is one of those. It's one of the only things that'll get you sort of. Guys saying God made my heart happy. I've been hanging around too many of you fucking Aussies. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tuna is one of those, not a leftist, let's just put it that way. For sure, right wing. But I do attempt to engage in good faith, and as long as they do as well, then, that sort of thing. I give a lot of fucking rope. And second chances on ban appeals and all that sort of stuff. Whoosh. Hey, Mudvayne. Right-wing streamers aren't that big on Twitch. There's a few, actually. The one I can't, it slips my mind, but he usually pulls in like 100 to 200 viewers. And he's super conservative. Yeah, but, there's a few. Nice. What's Pinko up to? We rated him yesterday when I shut down. Yeah. Yeah, the Freda picture. Love it. We're going to...
It's a good thing that, the fire department shows up even if you're poor.
Exactly. Pinko was super happy. Yes, he was. Yeah, I forget what we rated him with yesterday, but we bumped it. We took him up a bunch. It was good. It was a good thing. It's one of my favorite things to do on Twitch is raid people. Do I do any IT work on the side still? Absolutely not, Ghost. I will help a friend. I will help a neighbor. I will help someone online. But I for sure will not do it as like a side hustle or any side work. I burned out hard, and the business aspect of the IT work is what killed me. It really was. It was dealing with the capitalistic nature. This is something I did from childhood. I love with all of my heart. And running it as a business nearly killed it for me. So no. But I do still help people with technology in all shapes and forms. But not financially. Do I code? Yes, I do, but not much anymore. My days of application programming are long behind me. I left them in the dust with Object Pascal and assembly. I used to do cryptographic algorithm programming. That's what I was doing as a teenager. And I kind of got in trouble with some of it. Let's just put it that way. It's a long story. But yes, I used to code actual encryption algorithms in assembly, interfaces in Object Pascal, and that was sort of my code base back in the day. But these days, the only code assembly is bottom line stuff. Yeah, and if you want to, do fast math, you gotta use assembly at least. And I still have some of it laying around here. But these days, the most I could get, there's the eternal debate between scripting and programming. And we get into all sorts of stuff, Sammy. We get into all sorts of stuff. Like right now, do you ever hear CNN talking about assembly programming? I mean, we get into all sorts of stuff. I'm an anarchist. I'm a political activist. I will talk about religion. I will talk about, I'm an ordained minister too, by the way. I will talk about religion. I will talk about economics. I will talk about politics. I will talk about IT stuff. I will talk about building a fucking thing. You want to talk about like plumbing or electrical stuff? I'll talk about that. It doesn't matter. But right now, yeah. Somebody queried me about IT stuff, and I have a long storied history in IT. All the time. That's all CNN talks about. I thought you knew that. Hey, Wyatt. When's the last time I did ordained minister stuff? I mean, it depends how you want to, what do you want to define that as? Marriage? No, because I'm in Nevada, and Nevada's a whole fucking ballgame. Any of the other 49 states, I can just readily marry people. In Nevada, it's an industry. So it's a different licensing set here. But as for when do I use biblical knowledge or ministerial information or knowledge, then just the other day we were having a biblical debate, a theologic debate on this channel, and we had 4 ministers weighing in, and someone who clearly hadn't read their Bible espousing hate-filled rhetoric. Handmade Hero, no, but if he's making an entire game from scratch on stream, they're going on my list. Thank you for the interesting. Rock on. Thanks for the so Molly Rocket. Okay. Complete professional quality game from scratch. Sexy. I like it. Who Sir Stan, thank you for the fucking heads up on that one. That's really cool. I'm going to check that out. What you having trouble with there, number one? How do I unshut off a DM? Oh, Sam. Sammy, you know it didn't. Literally the first thing that comes up is the proper definition. You didn't. Screenshot and send it. It's all over the page. It's literally a link. There you go. Put it in shared content. Thank you, Panda. Ugh. See, Sam, here's the thing. How do you get to your end state from here, right? You're an advocate for a very specific type of government. What are your transitory or transitionary government states? How do you get there from here? You're an absolutist. You're literally an advocate for one singular end state. And you refuse to compromise on any position. Now, I am a Thesusian-style incrementalist. I see that progress is a game of inches, and that there's no way to get from here to there. You literally advocate for a strongman dictator. Let's see. Political doctrine and practice of unlimited centralized authority and absolute sovereignty vested in a monarch or dictator. Jaru. Where's that screenshot? Posted in fucking shared content. Yes, exactly. Sammy, here's the definition of anarchism. It's Greek. It's a compound word. An means without. Archos means ruler. There you go. I'll give it to you in the simplest form. That way you can digest it. It's what it means. It literally means that. Without rulers. Sammy, you're worse than a Jehovah's Witness. I'm sorry, not Sammy. Not Sammy. Sorry. Sam. You are worse than a Jehovah's Witness. You know that, right? You are the worst advocate for Hawksism. Like, you are literally a walking disinterest campaign. If you want people to come over to your point of view, you have to understand rhetorical device and how to engage in the dialectic better. You are the most just heavy-handed, ham-fisted advocate for your position. I'm trying to help you out here, brother. Like, you need to learn how to advocate for your position much better. You dissuade more people than you convince. I mean, here, Sammy, I'll help you out a little. There's the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. There's the link. It is going to be deeper than you probably want, but this is what anarchism is. But at its core, anarchism is about the Stanford site is so good. No, it really is. The Stanford's philosophy site is immense. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy and a philosophical challenging of power and authority. Hey, Ginger! What's up, my man? What's up, fellow Vegasite? Propaganda of the deed is so 1890s. I do talk about, though, Holy Anarchist Christ, that's a long read. Well, I mean, we could do this instead, Panda. I mean, this is, right? Like, this is, anarchism is a deep topic. It really is. It's got a long storied history dating back further. It is manageable, Joe. Peter Marshall's Demanding the Impossible, A History of Anarchism. It's a great read if you want to pick it up. But anarchism, proto-anarchism, dates back further than most people can even comprehend. And all they're familiar with is fundamentally sort of like the 1880 forward U.S. propagandized version of anarchism. More recently the Fox News Seattle Black Bloc version of anarchism. So, yeah, most people have, okay, so there's sort of these three views. There's the we don't know what anarchism is about view. There's the right-wing, everybody is a Molotov cocktail throwing Black Bloc member. And then there's the leftist version of it that is the leftist version, like Sam here, who has a misinterpreted, myopic view of anarchism and not understanding the breadth, the scope, the scale of anarchism as a topic, and attempting to put it into this category that is self-serving towards their own end state that they advocate for. I can respect it on a certain level, but it is a bad faith tactic. Communism is post-dated to anarchy. I'm not getting into a pissing contest about size, scope, and scale of a philosophy topic with you, Sam. Jesus Christ, Sam, grow the fuck up. What is your deal? Tuna. It depends on what it is. For DMCA stuff, it's yeah, you have religious fervor. Send me the link though. Tuna, send me the link. And I'll look at it. What kind of topics that's like saying, Sammy, what kind of topics do people tend not to talk about? It's not a question that can be answered. Around these parts, basically everything other than, and even if I'm feeling, particularly wild one day, because Sam, oh, fuck, I'm done engaging. Sam, you're on your own. Good luck with chat. Good luck with mods. You argue in bad faith. You have a myopic worldview, and you have a religious fervor bordering on, like, a cult member. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, I know that one. I actually know that one, Tuna. Yes. Odin's Ravens. I like it. Hey, Ramsey. What's up, my Dutch brethren? Yeah, there's no way we'd be able to watch that on air, though, Tuna. But thank you for the share. Yeah, no worries. No worries. One of my clients is named Odin. He's such a good boy. Because I'm an incrementalist, not an end statist. You want to talk about something that's not going to happen. I talk about anarchism as a tool of analysis, as a modality of approach to life. You want to advocate almost through a level of religiosity for an end state. I recognize through pragmatism and realism that we're not getting there. Not in my lifetime. So what we need to talk about is how to take those baby steps. What happens tomorrow? What comes the day after that? What are the changes that we need to make to bring about a more fair and equitable society? Congratulations. They're founding tools for Marxism. They aren't Marxism. Sam, I have known Jehovah's Witnesses that are less emphatic than you. Based on does not equal. Sam, okay, here's what I want you to do, Sam. And this is the only thing I can do to help you. You are about to piss off every single one of my mods. If you already haven't, all right? They're already asking me to just let them ban you, all right? Here's what I want you to do, Sam. Shut the fuck up about Huxism. Stop advocating for it for 5 minutes. Just be a normal human being. Have a conversation not advocating for that for 5 fucking minutes. Jesus Christ. No, I don't want you to advocate for anything, Sam. I want you to have a normal conversation that isn't politically motivated. What did you have for lunch today? Do you have a dog? Do you have any pets? Are you a human being outside of that? Just take it down like 1,000 notches. If you could spell it, awkward taco, I'd invest more in your comment. Well, that's what happens. I fucking knew it was going to happen eventually. It is irrelevant. Hey, Sue. Give me a bit, Sue. Got boring and frustrating. I know. Fucking, what is this, like an hour of this shit? Legit, I think it was an hour of it. And just, Jesus Christ. Oh, that's not healthy, the one. Just somebody who is now not procrastinating my trig and health homework. Well, I mean, that I can get behind, I suppose. Trig was the death of me, the one. I hated trigonometry. I failed it. Yeah. Patriot News. That's the other one that I was trying to think of. Hey, thank you for reminding me. I was trying to come up with some right-wing fucking political channels off the top of my head, but I don't spend time on them. Odin's. So yeah, that was one of the ones that was somewhere in there rattling around that I couldn't recall off the top of my head. Geometry and trigonometry are the two worst subjects. Geometry wasn't terrible for me, Sammy. Trig, though, broke my brain. There's no way around that. It just broke me. I was like, why the fuck do I need this, by the way? Computer science major. Unfortunately, I need 200 more math classes to graduate. With a comp sci. Dude, I was an MIS major. And I don't understand why they had me taking half the classes I was taking. Oh, what the fuck are you talking about now? Hang on. Let me scroll back. Chat's moving a mile a minute, and I'm trying to keep up with it, and this fucker's saying I'm missing shit. So let me get this straight. You claim a heavy hand on Sam, yet you do wish to project your idealism on society as a whole. You're right to become a pain in the ass of everyone else and disrupt chat continuously for an hour only extends so far, Mile High. There, did I break my silence on your I don't know, gotcha question or something? You can only disrupt society for so long. Hey, we have Libertarians United. I forget which one of their guys that comes through, and we have conversations. We've had them on air. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. No. I'm having PTSD flashbacks, by the way, just looking at that. Like, no. Like, just, it's too close. It's like, no. Hated it. Had to, hey, USA. So yeah, well, I'm not the opposite See, to categorize anarchism and like classical libertarianism, see, the Libertarians United has more of a neo-libertarian bent or an American libertarian bent to it than classical libertarianism. But libertarianism runs through the Enlightenment era, and so does well, it's born of the Enlightenment era more than anything else, and anarchism runs through the Enlightenment era. So there's philosophical overlap. There's not tons, but there is some. So we wouldn't be antithetical to one another, but we would certainly, there would be plenty of points of contention, but we would agree on several points as well. So let's go with that. I agree with that, the one. Trig is like alien math that no human was built to understand. I 100% agree with that. Well, anarchism's stance on freedom of speech and my freedom of speech stance on freedom of speech are probably, I think we're about 100% Venn overlap. Libertarians or Republicans that don't care about weed. This is the problem with neo-libertarianism or American libertarianism. Freedom of speech is sort of, it's, yes. I am very sort of an absolutist about that sort of situation. It is most assuredly one of the most important things, and one of the things that government overreach and government oversight about is a terribly slippery slope. And so it should be sort of, sacrosanct or sacred that it be interfered with as little as possible. Let's put it that way. We're not all, this is just my modality, my method of speech, Sammy. Occasionally I'll just start talking like a fucking sailor too. This fucking stupid ass bullshit, that sort of thing. But I do attempt to conduct myself in sort of an academic manner, or at least a removed manner. And academic or technical speech allows for that. It allows distancing from the subject and the topic. And so don't conflate my method of speech, my type of speech pattern, with anarchism as a whole. We don't all necessarily, yes, Panda, occasionally cunt slips out. So, yeah, it's just, it's how I speak. As long as the speech doesn't incite violence, that's where I draw the line. But you being an anarchist seems against that. Stochastic terrorism is another conversation. Cat Cube. Socially liberal, fiscally conservative. I know. Fucking fiscal conservatism leads to social conservatism, and it leads to oppressive policies. Even if you want to argue that fiscal conservatism doesn't necessarily lead to social conservatism, the fact of the matter is fiscal conservatism is going to lead to a tacit support of the status quo, and the status quo is of a nature that would become a de facto version of social conservatism. So either way, you're going to find support for authoritarian, hierarchical, and exploitative systems. The one, if you're self-identifying that, socially conservative, fiscally liberal, that's an interesting take. I'd like to actually get into that one day. Jaru, I used to say that unironically, and I feel gross about it. Everybody lives, everybody grows. Everybody has a cringe period, as it were. First Amendment. On the topic of the First Amendment, do you agree with Twitter flagging? It doesn't matter. They're a private company. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It doesn't, in our current setup, whether I agree or not really doesn't matter, but let me address the rest of it. Trump's tweets as false and misleading. What about his almost certain eventual ban on January 20th? I know it's not exactly the state doing it, but I figure to pose a question. Well, this is okay. So Wyatt, here's where the argument gets murky, right? Here's what you want to talk about is that corporatocracy has taken over, and that Twitter is essentially is sort of a default or de facto public commons, right? That there is an argument to be made that the online social media arena is the equivalent of the town square of the modern digital age, and that maybe the rules around private companies and corporations and their ability to restrict or constrict speech on their platforms should not be extended to them, and that there's a expanded, broader-minded First Amendment take to be had regarding them because corporations have become the de facto version of governance in our nation. It would never hold legal water. It would never make it past the Supreme Court. You'd have to legislate it into existence. But the conversation does exist for it. So just saying, that's the sort of counter talk to they're a private company. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's their platform. Sammy, libertarianism is a right-wing philosophy. It just depends how far right you want to take it. It's based on the individual and who they, what particular philosophies they ascribe to or ideologies they ascribe to. But libertarianism has it does have leftism, sort of a leftist bent in the classical sense, but the ones that you're going to be familiar with in a modern society or a contemporary society, they are most definitely going to be mostly right-wing. But if you're talking classical libertarianism, there's a whole leftist tradition buried in there. But like I said, contemporary is a different deal. The one. No one's socially liberal, fiscally conservative. Not really. I feel like people who identify that might as well say I'm a milquetoast Democrat that isn't actually a Democrat. Yeah, it's milquetoast, MILQUETOAST. Eamon Lotus with the grammar Nazi, but I'm okay. My mom was one of those. Still is. She's still alive. But growing up, she was that person. What is Libertarians United contemporary right? Yeah, they're contemporary. They're contemporary libertarians. I love that she just, yeah, Ramsey. Those letters made my dyslexia spin. Most people, if explained to them properly, would never say they're fiscally conservative. I mean, not with $1.2 trillion tax breaks and shit like that to the wealthy. I don't think that. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, interesting. There's a musical group named Milquetoast and Company. Let's see. Can we talk about the destruction of businesses in terms of rebuilding the greater good? I think that has similar holdings in anarchist history. What do you want to talk about, Cat Cube? And you're welcome to get on air if you want. You just repeated your question. And by the way, I address everybody individually as chat goes, and sometimes I get backed up. So do not get impatient. It's obnoxious, but I know that, a lot of times you're like, you missed my question. I didn't miss your question. I didn't miss your thing. I'm just scrolled back up in chat. And I sort of move around and jump around differently. But I do make it a point on this channel to try and address everybody as best I can. So what do you want to talk about? Sammy. Okay, cool. If I may recommend, not a favorite amongst hardcore anarchists, but it is definitely a good starting point. It really is. Start with On Anarchism, O-N, Anarchism, by Noam Chomsky. You can find copies everywhere. You can find digital copies. You can find physical copies. Chances are your local bookstore, if you still have one, will have it. Start there. It's a thin book. It's like that. It will get you off to the races, and at least, start there. Cat Cube, do you want to do this on air, or you want to do it voice to chat like we're doing right now? It's up to you. We can get you on air through Discord, and you can have the conversation. I'm of the same. I value Noam Chomsky for so many reasons, but there are so many it's the revolutionaries and the insurrectionists that really don't like him. And there's a lot of those people LARPing online. So you have to sort of hedge your rhetorical bets when dealing with them. I'm on a laptop at a cabin, mate. I don't. Okay, so you're going to be typing? I didn't really answer my question. You seem with a cat on your lap. You seem to have an internet connection. But if you just wish to type, then that's fine. I'm just offering you up the option. Because some people feel that they're put at a disadvantage when they're typing and I'm speaking. So the option is available. Okay, cool. So let's point that out to current events. Let's start with George Floyd. I would say I adore the concept of insurrectionary anarchism, but I've still view Chomsky at worst as like my out of touch grandma. Like they still have value, good intent at their worst. You can DM any of them, Thurston. Mods, Thurston, you're in Discord. Find him there if you so choose. So no worries, Cat Cube, no worries. So what do you want to talk about the George Floyd protests? I think that you have a problem with property destruction, right? Vis-a-vis riots, and I don't want to call them insurrectionary acts because they aren't. But yeah, that seems to be, just drop the link in, drop the link in chat. Fuck it. Drop the link in chat. So go with that. Is it nudes? Oh, jeez. So it seems to be the property destruction, right? You have a problem with? Is that Taco's folders? That seems like that's probably Taco's library. Yeah, all nudes go to meat. Okay. Yes, in terms of business owners that had nothing to do with losing their livelihoods. Okay. So here's what I can do for you, Cat. I'm going to call you Cube because I call my mod Catasilo Cat, right? So here's exactly, Ramsey. This is my position on it as well. Here's what I can do for you, Cube. I can add a historical context. I can't help you with I can't act as a salve or a balm for it. But what I can do is provide historical context. Every single historical act of civil rights or humanitarian uprising has coincided with property destruction and societal disruption, right? This is just the nature of things. If you want to start fairly recently, you can go to the 1880s to the 1920s labor movements. You can do women's suffrage. You can do the civil rights movement. You can do gay rights. It all starts with rioting and property destruction. It really does. If you want to go back a little further, you can go back to the founding of this country. The founders of this country were domestic terrorists and traitors. And the revolutionary acts that were involved countless private property destruction. So while I may not be an advocate for, I'm someone who understands it, right? This is how it works. This is the natural order. This is just the way it works. Women's suffrage was fucked. There were bombs. There were lords in the UK that were whipped openly by in the streets by women. There were factories that were burned. There were, I mean, this is the history of progress. It's written in destruction and blood, whether you like it or not. I wish we could move past it, but I mean, this is how it always happens. It's how it happened in the 60s. It's how it happened. It's how it happened for basically everybody. The LGBT movement kicked off because of a riot. Women's suffrage had all sorts of property damage attached to it. The civil rights movement had all sorts of property damage attached to it. The fucking revolution of this country infamously started with private property being destroyed. So, yeah, it's an inconvenience and it sucks for the business owners, I guess. But this is the story of history being written from a contemporary point of view. It looks different when you look back on it. I mean, all the way back to, go back to the Luddites. And, they literally destroyed machinery within the factories to protect their jobs. That they saw the industrialization and the elimination of their livelihood. And so they took to destroying private property. This is just how it works. Now let me scroll back a ways. I would posit that the police are ultimately responsible for any and all property damage that happens as a reaction to their murder of minorities and subsequent refusal to change in the light of public outrage, leading to their direct confrontation with people protesting those murders. That's a take, Lotus. I'd accept that. That's a take. If we're going to solely talk about destruction of property and not race, here's my opinion. I think that's very detrimental to local businesses. I mean, not saying that the big companies are not detrimental to them, but that's just my opinion. I don't know how I would like to have to deal with the corner store being closed. It's just the nature of things. Christina, yeah, exactly. Being peaceful doesn't get shit done. Capitalism is bad for local business. They took Major. Yeah, exactly. Why can't they be peaceful? We tried that. They tried that. So, hey, Boss Hog. What's up, my man? What's up? Just catching up to it. How do I stop myself from being a doomer about the environment? Stop paying attention to climate change news. It's about all I can help you with. It's going to get worse. I can't help you on that. I wish I could, Real Trillman. I really wish I could. But it's going to get worse. It is. Sorry. I know that's not what you were hoping for, but can you at least agree that the destruction on a scaled point of view was different than it is now? No, Kat, no. No, that lacks historical context. No, I don't agree with that at all. It isn't different. The destruction that went along with the women's suffrage movement, specifically the labor movement of the 1880s to the 1920s, mad private property destruction. Across those 40 years of sort of labor movement, especially on a global scale, because you have to take into context the socialists, the communists, and the anarchists, and the trade unionists across the board. Yeah, and even the women got involved with that labor movement. No, the scale of this property destruction isn't even close to some of those historical examples I've given. We've been down way, way worse roads than this. And we look back at them positively. We look back at them saying, yeah, progress was made as a result of that. So no, I don't agree with that, unfortunately. Sorry. Yeah, life sucks. Cat Cube. Oh, let me put this on you. I've never done anything wrong in my life. My business gets ruined so others can advance in life. Yeah, sucks. I could envision a more fair system, but by helping maintain the status quo of an oppressive system to start with, you're tacitly part of the problem. See Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail about how he has less problem with the racist Klan members than he does with the moderate white people who are just content going on with their daily lives rather than trying to upturn an oppressive system. This is the problem. It's not that the police union and the police are so far out of control that we can't do anything about them. It's that there's no political willpower on the part of the majority to put them in check. Liberals at brunch. Yeah, I saw that at the bottom just pop up on my screen feed. This is the problem. Like, if we dealt with this, shit wouldn't be being burned. This has been a problem since the beginning. Right? Like, this has been a problem. This goes back to chattel slavery. This goes back to sharecropping. This goes back to Jim Crow. This goes back to the 13th Amendment. This goes back to, the prison industrial complex. This is a problem. Sammy, I just got to your comment. How do you stay happy and compassionate for other people in this cruel world? I have my days, Ghost, but luckily my anarchism sort of grounds me. It really does. Being not invested in the systems at large and being able to see the individual sovereignty and being able to see the mutual aid networks and being able to see the potential for solidarity. My praxis and my philosophies and ideologies help me do that. The reason I give a shit, the reason that I want to give you universal single-payer healthcare, the reason that it's all tied into these same sorts of things. Oh, and mushrooms. Lots and lots of mushrooms. How's that for a left turn for you? Not anymore, but back in the day. You have to get beyond your own ego. You have to be able to have that experience and be able to get outside your simple, just meat brain sort of stuff and have that transcendental experience. And once you have it enough times, you start to realize, oh, okay, I get it. It's about more than just me. There's something bigger going on there. Let's see. Let me catch up. It takes strength to be gentle and kind. I'm in a lot of pain. That's what you have to understand. I look fine, I guess, that sort of thing. But I have progressive small fiber neuropathy, and that leads to a lot of empathy for my fellow human beings' conditions because I'm suffering 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I am physically suffering all the time. So that helps, actually. If you're constantly suffering to one degree or another, it does help with your empathetic response towards others, I think at least, or it has for me. Let's just put it that way. Jaru, no, you can use channel points to unlock tier 1 emotes. So you don't need to sub. You can just use channel points to unlock it. It's only for 24 hours, but I mean, you can use channel points to unlock that stuff. So USA, union laborer here. My brothers died fighting for workers' rights, not just union rights, but workers' rights everywhere. Fuck yeah, cool boy. Fuck yeah. Where do the trade unionists fit into that? The trade unionists fucking, I mean, that's the 1880s to 1920s was trade unionist fucking heaven. They were all over that shit. Yeah, police unions are so much different than any other union in the U.S. They're fucking out of control. The police union needs dealt with. They really do. Ginger, hot take, white moderates are more dangerous than overt racists. I just agree. I don't even think that's a hot take. At least not around this channel. That's not a hot take. I agree, Ginger. Good for you for saying it though. The people who benefit from oppression don't have to pay attention and let themselves be swayed towards what will keep them on top. That is true. Precisely, the best kind of medicine is often the preventative kind. We shouldn't allow the police to be such shitters in the first place. Exactly. I don't even know what conversation's going on there. I'll fucking pass that. Have you ever wanted to give your opinion, but then another person has a really good point and you just can't even respond? I'm sure it's happened. I mean, nothing springs to mind. I'm one of those. I'm of a mind that fucking, it's a shit show. But I've watched a few episodes of it years ago. And fucking, Big Bang Theory. It's a terrible show. And somebody said to, what was it, Cooper, that, do you have an opinion on everything? He said, yeah, don't you? Even if you don't know about something, you should wow, that sounds really interesting. I'd like to know more about that. That's an opinion. Yeah, Jaro, horrible show. It really is. It's a really horrible show. Writing, laugh track, the horrible stereotypes it propagates. It's a terrible show. But I mean, a lot of mainstream media is that way. What are you gonna do? ILWU represent. Heroic doses of LSD in pursuit of ego death. Feels good, man. Exactly what it is. Mine was mushrooms, not LSD. I was never a fan of LSD, but, how much money do you make on Twitch? Negligible. We still don't even know what I'm going to do with the channel money that I do make. So we're going to figure it out. For the revolution, of course. Exactly, Lotus. Exactly. Too hard on the gut, you've heard, Jaro. It can be. It can be a little nauseating. It can be a little disruptive to the gastrointestinal process. And if that's the case, there are other compounds out there that one can avail themselves of. I just always did mushrooms back in the day. I just caught up. Thank you, Panda. Chronic illness sufferers unite. Exactly, Jaru. It brings a certain something to your life when you suffer physically all the time. Thank you, Troman. Thank you. If you're always in pain, how do you wreak havoc on society? I do it from a computer chair. That's my days of getting on the street. I went out for the first George Floyd protest here in Las Vegas. And I was still podcasting during that era. We were still doing podcasts and live streams that way, not on Twitch. But my days of street activism are behind me. This is my form of practice. This is my form of activism. That, and there's other stuff I do behind the scenes. I help other leftists. I help other political activists set their shit up. I'm always available to give advice and give critique on essay or writing or setting up your own stream or whatever. I've been around the block. I'm a bit older than you may think. I just put it that way. Christina, that's how I got subbed. Awesome Santa gifter, throwing them around. Yeah, were you, Jesus Christ. Let's see. Oh, good night, Sammy. Sleep well. And Webster, and by the way, I couldn't have written Merriam-Webster's dictionary because Webster was a contemporary of the founding fathers. But yes, most of my Twitch subs are gifted. These communities are lovely. Thank you, Jaro. Wait. Hang on. Did I miss something? What do you do for a living streamer? My name is Kai. If you want to address me, you can tag me in chat as Proudly Radical. But my name is Kai if you want to also reference me other than streamer. I'm a burned out IT professional. Let's just put it that way. We don't talk about what I do these days. But I spent my life in technology. What gender do I identify as? I'm a dude. I'm a bro. I'm a guy. I am a he, him, male. I always have been. I am gay, so we'll put that out there. Sunny, but yeah, I'm a dude. Yeah. there you go. Crohn's disease, so I always take heed. Oh, yeah, that definitely. I'm of the, Lotus, I'm of the unshakable opinion that LSD, mushrooms, MDMA are some of the most powerful brute force tools for personal growth and interpersonal healing available on the earth. I am in agreement with that, Lotus. I agree 100% with that. I would be an entirely different person if it weren't for entheogenic compounds, such as those. Yeah, 100%. Oof. Sorry to hear that, Jaru. Kai is 22. I wish. Oh my God, if I could go back to that age. Higher, Jaru. Higher. So this is your job. No, it isn't. This is not my job. I do this 5 days a week because this is how I'm an activist now. Wait, I thought you were going to bed, Sammy. Devil. Welcome back, Devil. Nice to see you. Militant leftist gay or Sunshine Disney unicorns gay? Neither. I don't identify with the gay community and gay scene. I never have. I've always hung out with straight dudes, Jaru. My crew is just straight dudes, and like that's always been my thing. Let's see. Kai's the best bro around these parts. Thank you, boss. Though Curio is, I adore Curio. Let's just put it that way. It's where I go to unwind after a particularly chuddish session. Jaru, I just smoked the devil's lettuce. Hey, solid. So are you on financial disability? No, I am not. Though one day I may have to be. Sometime in the future, I may have to investigate that sort of thing. But no, at present, I am not. Trump 2024, 20 to 24 years behind bars for charity fraud in the state of New York. Yeah, he and his children forbidden from running charities because they were fucking scamming them. Jesus Christ. A children's cancer charity of all things. Do your arms feel weird when you grip stuff? Oh, I have altered sensation all over my body. This small fiber neuropathy leads to burning, tingling, pain. It can present anywhere on my body. Let's just put it that way. It starts at the periphery because those are the nerves furthest from your body, and that is how nerve damage works. But it is suspected to be autoimmune driven, but I can't get medical treatment for it due to a variety of factors, capitalistic healthcare, insurance companies, and that sort of stuff. Thoughts on the Westboro Baptist Church? If I had a fuck the Westboro Baptist Church sound clip, like I have the
fuck the Chinese government there.
Like if I had fucking Randy saying fuck Westboro Baptist Church, I'd just play that for you, Panda. Fuck those guys. They're fucking assholes. Kai and Curio are the Twitch lords. Oh, wait, hang on. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. Oh, fuck Trump. Okay. I'm like, wait, what's a strong statement? I'm going to guess you never served. No, my boyfriend did, though. My boyfriend was just a fucking... I forget his classification. I'm not good at remembering that sort of stuff. It just doesn't occupy space in my brain. I'd have to ask him. But he was a glorified system administrator. And yeah, he had an RPG come over the wall. Not a FOB. It wasn't a forward operating base, but it was a fairly close to the front line situation. And he and 4 of his buddies were just setting up some of the communications runs for the area. And an RPG came over the wall. And sort of when he regained his composure, it was just him in that tent. And it has left an impact. Let's just put it that way. So no, I haven't served, but he certainly has. And let's just say I'm not a fan of the military for multiple reasons. right? I've got my personal ones and I've got my ideological ones. Not to bring it down so much, but yeah. No, Kat. I don't know why you keep pursuing this line. I'm not living off the fucking government. Like, that's not... Stop trying to investigate my personal finances, Cat Cube. Just leave it be. Like, who gives a shit? Money sucks, and we should all be trying to find ways outside the capitalistic modality of thought. Trans rights and the gay pride, my fuck the Westboro Baptist Church emotes. Rock on. I think he may try to pardon himself, USA Cool Boy. I think that's a viable distinction. I really think that Trump may test it. It's never been tried, but I think he may try to pardon himself. Yeah, fuck Fred Phelps and the Westboro Baptist Church. Michael Dean Dameron. I like it. You know what? It's got so little views.
Dying, because we're all gonna get there. Take great.
All right, we'll watch this in a second. I'll throw that on screen. We'll get to that in a minute. Let me scroll back. Military is a necessity, but our military members should not be used as pawns. I mean, it's too big a topic. I'm not gonna dive it right now. But I mean, yes, no, maybe so, kind of, sort of, not really, is what I'm gonna say to that USA Cool Boy. It's a deep topic. Ginger, I'm a welfare queen. Feels good, man. Love it. Just found it during our discussion. Rock on. Then let's take a minute. Yes, Lotus. Yes. Mutts are, generally speaking, the healthiest form of dog that you can have. Yeah.
Usually I don't take great happiness in folks dying, because we're all gonna get there and it's all good and well with that shit. But this here's an asshole from Topeka, Kansas, who's brought a lot of misery to the world. And I'm not going to take the high ground on this. I'm just going to say a big fuck you, and I hope you die quick. You're a prick. Now, fuck Fred Phelps in the Westboro Baptist Church. Fuck Fred Phelps in the Westboro Baptist Church. Fuck him long and hard till his rectum hurts. Fuck Fred Phelps in the Westboro Baptist Church. Now come on, y'all. Well, let's fuck Pat Robertson. 'Cause for me, you know, man, he's got no Christian love. He stole all my grandma's money, man. He gave it to the 700 Club. Come on, man, I'm gonna fuck Pat Robertson. Now come on, man, let's fuck old Benny Hill. Come on, man, motherfuck that born again. He claims that he's a faith healer. The motherfucker's just a charlatan. Come on, y'all, and let's fuck old Benny Hill. Fuck it up,
Yeah, I'll get to it, bro. Boss, no problem.
Now come on, man. Let's talk about the government. Everything that comes out their mouth is a goddamn lie. I guess they pray to gods that hate their guts and they send young men and women to die. Come on, y'all motherfucking government. Now y'all born agains out there, don't waste your prayers on me. Cause the good Lord knows I've already been saved. I just pray, I guess I'm going to live long enough to take a shit on Fred Phelps' grave. Fuck Fred Phelps in the Westboro Baptist Church. Now I said fuck Fred Phelps in the Westboro Baptist Church. Fuck him till his asshole is raw and sore. Now if God hates homosexuals, you asshole, I'm sure he hates your fucking ass more. Fuck Fred Phelps in the Westboro Baptist. Fuck Fred Phelps in the Westboro Baptist. Fuck Fred Phelps in the Westboro Baptist Church.
I respect it. I respect it. Let's just put it that way. Jaru, thanks for the find. That was a nice little interlude. That was a nice little break. Yeah, that was solid work. Michael Dean Dameron. Dante's in Portland, Oregon, March 19th, 2014. Yeah, that pretty much sums up my opinion. This was a crap sheet. You hadn't watched it. Oh, jeez. All right. Boss, quick question. When you get a second, please, what are your thoughts on a UBI bill? Do you agree or disagree with it, and why? Yes, with caveats. As long as the UBI doesn't replace things like Medicaid and food stamps. Maybe food stamps could be, the conversation could be had, but definitely not healthcare in this country. The cost of healthcare in this country is too expensive to be offset by a UBI usually. So what we need is to keep the social safety net programs and add a UBI on top of it. I know that seems like unwieldy, but the fact of the matter is if we can spend $750 billion a year that we know of on our military, we can probably swing it. But we need to, I would be in favor of a UBI for sure. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking mid-back today. Oh, yeah, that fucking mid-back is just, today is tight. Let's see. Yeah, you need to make sure the tax system's fair. Yeah, there's like $1 trillion on the table. I saw an analysis the other day. There's $1 trillion on the table of just untaxed rich people and businesses. So give me free money and food stamps so I can trigger Tucker Carlson. Fuck yeah. That rich fucking prick that he is. And don't think he made his money. He inherited his money. He's fucking, was it Swanson Foods or whatever the fuck? Yeah. I would argue it on the basis that it requires capitalism to function. Otherwise, please, yes, God damn it. Yeah, I know. There's all sorts of caveats with it. Yeah, I got to keep the health insurance or your whole UBI goes to Big Pharma. Good point. Exactly. And that's what I see. He doesn't own it. He's descended from the family. Like Tucker Swanson Carlson is his name. Sue. He is the Tendy heir. Yes. He is the heir to the Tendy fortune. Yeah, his name is Tucker Swanson Carlson. Last time, but you should be buying anything from them anyway. But yeah, I feel you. You know, limited budget. I get it. Yeah, exactly. It needs to be in addition to the Prince of Tendies. Yeah, basically. And there's infamous audio that's been recorded of him on a phone call where he talks about how he is one of the elite, and how, you know, he's rich beyond what you could even imagine, quite frankly. Yeah, it's no more Swanson chicken broth from me. I knew I couldn't stand it, but I didn't know he was that Swanson. Yeah, he's that Swanson. He's the heir to the shitty frozen food fortune. Yeah, it must be nice having a rich fucking family. Yeah, that's seriously. I wouldn't be suffering in the way I am physically if I were from that family. I'd be able to buy the fucking like IVIG treatments, $10,000 to $25,000 a month sort of thing. Like, may help me, but no insurance company will approve it. Like, I just buy them off the shelf if you're that kind of rich. A single-digit percentage of our military budget and creating a top earner tax bracket could fund almost everything the progressive wing of the Democratic Party wants. Oh, yeah, Jaru. Jaru, yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. There's no... Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. If anyone thinks you can live off the government, I have news for them. You can't. Well, not in its current state. That's for fuck sure. Survive. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you want to talk about like a living wage versus a thriving wage, that's the conversation you need to have. That's the distinction you need to make, is that there is a difference. I mean, $15 an hour, which is the conversation that we're having all the time in this country, is bullshit. 25 is a living wage. 32 is a thriving wage. So, yeah. Like, the conversation needs to be different. The language surrounding it needs to be different. No, I am a gun owner. You are not nuts, devil. I'm a gun owner, and I own many of them. Let's just put it that way. Most leftists aren't anti-gun. We're for arming the proletariat. So let's do some quick conversions. Cool boy. You said 71. 71. He was making, so quick conversion, USA Cool Boy, your father worked in a sawmill, his first job in 1971, making $5.83 an hour. Adjusting for inflation alone, that's $37.48 an hour. I'm at 12 part-time in Connecticut, but everything's the price is up. Yeah, no. Conservatives think Tucker Carlson is true middle class. Fuck yeah. Any recommendations on a $400 to $500 pistol? I don't really do recommendations. Hang on. If Joe were here, he'd have one for you. Give me one sec. Yeah, I wouldn't know for price range. Say Tuna's got one. Dude, I like SIGs. So if you want to go a SIG route, I'm always a fan of a SIG. Austrians make good guns. Yeah, go far enough left and you get your guns back, but that's the right. I keep thinking otherwise. Yeah. When my dad evacuated today, it was because of fires. He was like, I guess what I deemed important was weed and guns, because that's all he grabs. Christina, love your dad. He's fucking brilliant. How my wages have stagnated. It's almost as if boomers had good wages. They did. I'm not a fan of Glocks, Tuna. The weighting on them due to the composite lower half and then the metal rails. It unbalances in my hand. I'm not a fan of them, but either way. Yeah, that was non-union, of course. No benefits, but hot damn, a person could feed a family and still have money to save every week and not just dashing a few bucks. Yeah, no, $37 an hour is solid money. You'd be happy. Cool. Sleep well, Sue. Sorry I didn't get to you, but it's just kind of one of those streams. Have a good nap, my man. Have a good nap. I think it'd be hard to find a train wreck of a 1911, and I use those in the military, so I do have some familiarity, but I recognize that they aren't the most practical. Look, if you want to, I think there's better platforms than a 1911 out there now. I mean, if you had a collection, I'd say, yeah, add one in. But if you're looking for, a primary use, no. There's better platforms. Yeah, Tuna with the real questions. What's your use case? And then go from there. All right, let me, while y'all are doing that, let me do some stuff over here. In fact, do I have anything that I want to play? No, I don't feel like house. Well, maybe. I'll leave it on for a little bit. Why not? Shits and giggles, mostly. Oh, well, in that case. I'm a fan of SIGs. I'd still go with the SIG. Yeah, I like, I mean, my P226 by SIG is still probably my favorite handgun. It's a bit of a bit, she's a big bitch as far as handguns go. Yeah, P226 is my favorite too. Dude, it's that platform it's bulletproof. Like, that platform is amazing. So if you can get your hands on one of those, but you won't at that price point. Let's abolish the minimum wage, because if you get rid of that, the employers will pay their workers more. Who said that? What the fuck? I don't understand that trend. No. The minimum wage is literally your boss saying, if I could pay you less, I would, but it's illegal. That's what the minimum wage is. Yeah, that's an insane. I don't know whose take that was, Cool Boy, but like, let me know who fucking said that. That's fucking brilliant. Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's an idiot. Oh, GOP and libertarians. Okay, so also Ben Shapiro. Yeah, that's fucking stupid. I don't know if it got answered. Chat gets disconnected on occasion. That sucks. But what's the difference between incrementalist and ANCOM? A world of difference. Yeah, right to work states. Fuck the right to work states. That comes out of the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act. It laid the groundwork for right to work legislation. Yeah, and if you want to look into the Taft-Hartley Act and how unions got fucked in this country, that's where you want to start your research. So what's the difference between an incrementalist and an ANCOM? An ANCOM, well, first we'll start. We'll start at the surface explanation, right? ANCOM, if somebody is describing or advocating for anarcho-communism, they are advocating for an end state goal. Incrementalism is a methodology of achieving some sort of end state, right? An incrementalist, myself, argues for the steps that are necessary to head in the direction of where I'd like to end up, but not necessarily an end state, right? So yeah, sure, maybe like perfect world, fully automated, luxury, space, queer, gay communism sort of stuff. Yeah, ideally this would be an ideal end state, but we're not going to get there. There is no magic wand. I don't get to snap my fingers. Shit doesn't change magically tomorrow. So you have to approach it with a sort of realistic, pragmatic approach. And this is what incrementalists tend to do. Now, incrementalism can be used positively, negatively. It can be used in a whole host of ways. It's a tool. And so I am an advocate for a form of incrementalism. I refer to it as the Thucydian methodology. We can discuss that at length if you so choose. But anarcho-communism, on the other hand, is an actual end-state goal. It is a form of governance and economic and societal organization. So I hope that is. I hope that answers your question. Thank you for the follow, BJ. Ben Shapiro malding because man wear dress bad. Dude, why do dudes not wear dresses? I don't understand that. Anatomically speaking, as somebody who lives, it's a good start. Okay, cool. Anatomically speaking, as somebody who lives in the fucking desert, I don't understand how guys aren't wearing dresses more and skirts more. It would make so much sense. I've looked into thobes or tobes, depending on pronunciation, but the Muslim Saudis traditional garb style. Kilts for a reason. I know, right? It makes so much sense. Because when you're working, a dress gets caught in the way. All right, fine. I mean, there's an argument for that, I guess. Anarcho-Muslim swine. Hey, a good idea is a good idea. Well, I don't know. Good artists borrow, great artists steal. I got no problem stealing. Okay, those tobes are, they're fucking comfortable. Let's just put it that way. I have friends who identify as ANCOM MLM. Don't get caught up in that pyramid scheme shit. No. Yeah, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist are Okay, so I'm guessing that you have multiple friends and that some of them are ANCOM, some of them are MLMs, because if they're identifying as ANCOM and MLM, they're very confused. But yeah, MLM's a whole fucking ball of wax. Marxist Leninism, Maoism is not something I can get behind. Marxist critiques and analysis of Western society and capitalism are valid. I think there's a lot of merit to it. Maybe there's a couple of good ideas within Leninism and Maoism. I mean, the propagandist version of Maoism, I suppose, is an exercise in how to convince a populace of something. And there's value there, but by and large, I don't put a whole lot of stock and trade into Maoism. Let's just put it that way. The ANCOMs I can get along with, but generally, if you're advocating for anarcho-communism like now, you're living in a bit of a dream world. I admire it that you can do it, but the fact of the matter is maybe on a microcosmic scale. Like we want to implement an anarcho-communistic co-op or workplace or an actual commune. All right, cool. Microcosmically, you can have that conversation, but on a macro scale, it's unrealistic in today's day and age, or at least in most parts of the world, at least within Western English-speaking, imperialistic societies. Let's see. Conservative argument saying that minimum wage won't work is because top brass and business entities will do everything in their power to protect their bottom line at the cost of bottom line workers. This includes layoffs and cutting quality. And you just do something like the French do, and you regulate that shit. Don't allow for it. The French passed regulations mediating the layoffs that could or couldn't occur during COVID. You just strap them to the floor with regulation. Until you fix capitalism, you use the tools you have. And that's what Chomsky taught me as an anarchist, is you have to address corporatocracy and corporatism. You have to use the only tools you have. And the tools you have at your disposal are governance. And so even as an anarchist, you shouldn't turn your nose up at using those tools when you're dealing with something that is, hey, Joe, something is, a greater issue than that. Makes sense from a philosophical standpoint as well. Those of us with testes and should wear skirts. Those without pants. It's anatomically it's just the whole fucking dress skirt thing has never made sense to me. The only thing about the minimum wage that doesn't work is the way is that it's way too low. $15 an hour. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, 25 is your living wage. 32 is your sort of thriving wage territory. 35 would be more fair, physiologically. Yeah. Meat tray. Oh my God. Thank God. I honestly, good riddance. Dude was nuts. I'm sure I've got. Hang on. Let's check. I was to say. I'm pretty sure I probably have an unban request. No unban request from him. That's a new low promoting a French solution. Yikes. Again, good ideas are good ideas. I don't care where they come from. Hey, Dalek. Yeah, it was decent. The 3-day was decent. So they slide between ANCOM and MLM. Oof. They're okay. So they're baby leftists. They're trying to find you. We're all trying to find our own way. Okay. Point them in the anarchism direction. Just saying. The MLM gets a little too authoritarian too quickly. It's just, you're gonna inflict your will upon the sovereignty of other individuals. And for me, this is a violation of multiple philosophical principles. And I just can't abide it. The dude abides. Mylerk. Honestly, I've leaned harder into anarchism without adjective, post-left anarchist stuff, partially because of ANCOMs and ANSYNs only have a vague understanding of their own ideology. You can cue it by typing exclamation ANSYN, A-N-S-Y-N, A-N-S-N, A-N-S-Y-N, for my primer on anarcho-syndicalism. It's called Anarcho-Syndicalism 101. You can find it at kaisthings.com. There's my self-promotion shilling. But I do see syndicalism as a half step in the right direction, like on the sort of sliding scale of shit we need to accomplish. Unionization, redemocratization of workplace, these sorts of ideals that are advocated within the syndicalistic model. KAIS things.com, kaisthings.com. You can get all my stuff there, Jaru. The stream archive is there now officially. All of my old podcast episodes are there. MLC and Proudly Radical, writing, photography, even our tabletop sessions for our tabletop game, which we need to get back on track one of these days. Let's see. I'd love to see the minimum around 25 with a Medicare for all system. I'd be so happy. I could die, right? Cool boy, if I even had the slightest of hands changing a few minds along the way and we managed to implement $25 an hour minimum wage with a Medicare for all option, I'm good checking out tomorrow. Like, job done. Somebody else take over and make the progress from there. I'd be happy. Cool. Well, keep him on that track, Jaru. Keep him on that track. Of anarchism. I have a friend who boasts all day to me about his glorious $128K salary, and that somehow makes him vastly superior to others. He says oh, Jesus Christ. Anyone making less than 90,000 is an N-word. How should I troll him? I don't think you should consider this person a friend, Tuna. I think that you should probably just cut this person loose. You'd be better off. No, Jaru, I run a system called Fate. I'm not a fan of D&D. I love watching D&D games. I hate playing them, and I especially despise DMing them. I'm a Fate GM. And so it's tabletop for storytellers. First and foremost, the crunchiness, the mathematics, the system, all of the tables worth of stuff. No, very hand wavy in Fate. Yeah, I would. Hey, yeah, Ramsey. Yeah, thank you, Ramsey. Yeah, I'd cut him loose. But if you want to fuck with him, how would you troll someone like that? Oh, you just use examples of people who make more money, Tuna. I gotta tell you, $128,000 a year. There's UPS delivery men that make similar amounts. So if he's making the same amount as a day laborer for all intents and purposes, then yeah, it just be like, dude, you basically make the same amount as UPS delivery man. They make 110 easy. Like their base pay plus the overtime for the holiday season usually breaks 6 figures into the like 110 territory. It's fucking insane. So yeah, fuck with him that route. Like there's plenty of people that make more money than him. I mean, there's electricians, specialty welders, undersea welders, that make stupid money. And so, like, I mean, if he's that much of a fucking blockhead, then, yeah. Like, dude, you make basically the same as a tradesperson. Like, how are you special? Yeah, because if he sees that world that way, then yeah, he's probably going to look down on blue collar workers. And so compare him to them. And just be like, yeah, you're basically just a guy who delivers packages for a living. Like, you know, I got nothing but love for these people, but yeah, in that sort of worldview, myopic worldview, that would probably be the way to troll him. Yeah, exactly. Battle. Only 128? What a loser. Got to be making 250 to walk around with your head up in public. Like, just do that. 128 is nothing. But I'm with everybody else. Drop him as a friend. He's a fucking piece of trash. Fate is amazing. Hey, we have people who actually who know Fate. Did I ever check out Steve Jackson's GURPS? Dude, GURPS is intense. Yes, Sir Stan. I actually have checked out GURPS, but it is not my style of system. My system is Fate. It's the system I know. It's the system I GM. It's the system I love. But yeah, GURPS can model basically anything. Fate is less concerned about modeling the world than it is with modeling the storyline. Fate is about maintaining the storyline and the narrative more than it is whether you can move 5 feet and get up and pick up your sword sort of shit. Well, I hope he does get triggered. He based his entire self-dignity off the worth of his, based on his salary. Yeah, he's a piece of trash. Ask him why Jay-Z makes more than him. Yeah, exactly, Dalek. On-call welders that sit out on the rigs that do nothing for 2-month stretches. They make insane money. Dude, the undersea guys that do the deep-sea welding, dude, that's a hell of a fucking... One, that's a hell of a way to earn a living. And two, what they get compensated is solid cash. Solid cash. Really, Fiend? I love the Fate system, but nobody I've tried it with got it, which is saddening. I guess. You know? Hey, L. Yeah, Fate is really just a system to guide the RP in a story. It is. It's just a storyteller's tabletop system. It really is. If all you want to do is tell a cool story, and you don't give a shit whether somebody can run 25 feet or 35 feet, then Fate is the system for you. And I long ago adopted Fate. It's my system. I much prefer it. Fate is what we used to kind of do with 3.0. We describe everything, no maps or minis. Generic universal roleplay. If you like RP or acting over number crunching, Fate is the system for you. It is. It really, really is. I'm so happy that people here know Fate. All right, and I'm finally caught up on chat. Oh, fucking hands. There are days that I just want to like peel my skin off, quite frankly. Just washing up. Let the hot takes flow. Yeah, now I'm caught up. Oh, I kind of wonder how Elle would have reacted to Sam. I'm just curious in my head, like how that conversation would have gone. God, he was special. Some dude who ended up having to be banned, it was... I don't even know. Who wants to attempt to describe that dude? Who wants to attempt to describe that dude? I don't even know where to begin. Man, that was fucking interesting. I've only ever played one game of Fate. Most of my friends playing RPGs play Pathfinder, which is like the exact opposite. Next time we're organizing a game, like the next cycle, Ramsey, I'll be sure to like keep you in mind. Next time I have to use grapple flowchart, I'm gonna scream. No. I have not used the new Alien RPG. Looking at it now. I've never... okay, so this isn't... I mean, this isn't... One, I run Cyberpunk games. That's what I run. I'll play any other, like, you know, world. But the games that I run are Cyberpunk, which I suppose Alien could definitely sort of kind of fit within my wheelhouse. Setting, reviews. Interesting. All right, I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, you like Hoxism? What's Hoxism? Like, dude was... I think Mitre put it best. He approached everything with this religious fervor that was so obnoxious, L. It was so... I mean, would not shut up. He was a tanky. He was an unapologetic supporter of Stalinism, and I mean, it just... The whole thing was obnoxious. You know, my hype for Cyberpunk 2077 is dead. It's dead. I'm going to play the fuck out of it, don't get me wrong. But it just, too much crunch, too much bullshit, too much mismanagement, too much... I'm done. It was supposed to be here in fucking April. They have mismanaged at so many different levels that I just can't at this point. I just can't. Like, they treat so many different groups, including their own employees, horribly because of their shitty management style. I'm over it. When it's here, I'll play it. I hope I enjoy it. You know... But fuck them. Scrolling back. Yeah, Marxism is when anarchism bad, Stalin good. The more you shit on anarchism, the more justified Stalin was. This dude had so many takes that were insane. And it just... I said, I told him at one point, I said, I have known Jehovah's Witnesses that were less emphatic than you. I challenged him to just take 5 minutes off and just be a, like, non-political human being for a little bit. And he absolutely refused, could not do it. And, I mean, became so obnoxious that he kept getting timed out and eventually just became such a prick that he earned his ban. It's a shame, but I mean, you know, there was no conversation. It wasn't a conversation. Sam was going to yell at you about how Hoxism is the greatest and you need to be a communist and fucking any idea you have is, I mean, it wasn't a conversation. It was not the dialectic. It was merely him yelling at you continuously. It was Yeah, one-way street personified. Even Tuna's a self-admitted right-winger. Like, this dude, Sam was. I think that's the best way to put it. He was the one-way street personified. It was just ridiculous. And yes, he was an apologist for Stalin. Like, doctrine douchebag. Yeah, I think I don't know how you would have reacted to ML, but it definitely, you would have had a reaction. Let's just put it that way. Oh, man, he was a piece of work. Seeing shit happening up here. Joe, does it ever stop with the fires there? No, it doesn't. It's a subspecies of tanky. The Albanian version, which is so weird. The first tanky I ever really get on this channel is an Albanian tanky zealot. Like, it was so weird. Just no idea. Anyway, all right. So let me. Yeah, it was just. Good luck. God bless. Like I said, I have like evangelists, like Christian evangelists and shit like that come through here sometimes, that are less emphatic and less of a zealot than Sam was. It was staggering. Jaru, we're back. We're just talking shit about Sam, basically. I mean, that's what you missed. Ultra radical Dengus. Oh, Dengism. What do you think of communism as an anarchist? Hey, thank you for the follow, Garu. It's fine. Here's the thing. Yeah, it was cool, so nothing then. I think communism without a mediating factor such as anarchism tends to end up in authoritarianism. So my thoughts on communism are it's all fine, well, and good. It's an end state to be discussed, but it isn't an achievable goal tomorrow. I am an incrementalist. So if you want to head that direction, I'm okay with it. But if you want to talk about rolling out communism tomorrow in America, then that's a non-productive conversation. And commune. Yes. I mean, that would be definitely, that's how you would categorize that, Joram. Yes. If you wanted to research what it looks like, you'd be looking into anarcho-communism, which there are ANCOM micro-sized organizations within the micro-macro scale, that you could have a discussion surrounding. There are, anarchistic co-ops that operate via sort of mildly communistic. Thank you for the host. Within the sort of like communistic spectrum of operation that you could have a discussion around. But given at least approaching it from a Western English-speaking nation, you're talking more about a trajectory than you are actual end state goal. Would I call myself an anarcho-communist as an anarchist in some circumstances? Yeah, I'm fine with that proposition. I don't advocate for communism, really. I advocate for anarchistic ideology and modality of thought when approaching things, be it technology, be it horticulture, be it societal organization, be it systems of governance. But no, I'm not advocating for communism is a foolish idea. directly at least. You make fewer friends and allies than you make progress if you go the opposite route. Talk about the ideals, talk about the modalities, talk about the methodologies, talk about the organizational systems. But if you get caught in the aesthetics, it is him, Mitre. I'm pretty sure. Wait, let's pull the... Yep, it was 8 minutes ago. It's him. No, I don't. Leaders are the problem. Anarchists are no rulers. Life, liberty, property. Yeah, it's an 8-minute-old account. And right up the fucking alley. L, I think you may have your opportunity to have a conversation with Sam. I don't get it. What's your opinion on the political phrase life, liberty, property? I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. It shouldn't be the only guiding principle. But it's worth discussing. It's worth having the conversation. You know, and I mean, especially life. You know, if healthcare doesn't include life, if access, fair, equitable access to healthcare doesn't include life, then I don't know what does. Anarchism doesn't violate the non-aggression principle. Yeah. The property, let's see. Hey, Gas, what's up, my man? What's up? Let's see. Mostly I feel communism's other issue is aesthetics. Anarchism wants to get back to grounding its politics in reality. Well, that's most communists, most modern era communists, especially from a Western perspective, are overly concerned with aesthetics. But let's face it, tankies are, you know, are the personification of the aestheticism of communism. That's what they're obsessed with. Rhetorical device, individual sovereignty, ground up solutions. Oh, rock on. Never got into Hollow Knight, but I like it. I respect it. Within the next decade, hey, John. Unironic use of sus. Most annoying fan base ever. Worker co-op, some form of UBI, universal health care, shortened work week. What are the odds of these reforms coming to the U.S. within the next decade? I wonder. It all sort of depends on the sort of conservative backlash from this election cycle. The millennials, though, are gaining grounds. The millennials are gaining grounds. Zoomers behind them are, you know, pushing even further. We're waiting on baby boomers to die, basically, at this point. Gen X is a little problematic at times too, but yeah, you look at the polling rates of terminology, like you know, socialism, and approval rates of that terminology within the varying generations. You know, okay, Hash, here's your option. You want to come on air and have the conversation? Because what I'm about to hit you with is that the founding fathers of America were domestic terrorists and traitors. This is the truth of the matter. They were domestic terrorists. So George Washington was a domestic terrorist. Like, what part of my advocation for individual sovereignty and ground-up organizational methodologies and consensus decision-making classifies me as a domestic terrorist in your mind? Because, quite frankly, you're the one who appears to be a bit of an extremist, not me. You seem mildly disturbed. Didn't even do it consciously, Kat. But if you're willing to get on air and have the conversation in good faith and actually engage in the dialectic with me, I'd love to have an exchange of ideas. But generally speaking, people who behave in the way that you're behaving exhibit what we call around these parts cowardice. Generally, what I find is that the people who walk in and behave the way you've been behaving from the word go are cowards. You just want to throw rocks. That's all you want to do. Hey, thank you for the follow, Lightside. Got it. Okay. So we know how to classify you. Got it. I point you to the dark tetrad of personality traits. Would you have more respect for a communist or a conservative? That's not how I there's no respect born of your ideology that way for me. It doesn't work that way. Now, if the communists were to advocate for a whitewashing of Joseph Stalin, yeah, I'd lose respect for them. The conservative, not understanding that their philosophy is born of Burkean philosophies and that it's essentially monarchism, you know, that. Oh, are those threats of violence? No. Untime him out and ban him. If you make threats of violence, it's how it goes. Oh, they're always cowards. They never get on air. Why don't you, Kat, put it in requests and ideas, and so I have the reminder, and I'll do that. I'll clip them and put them on the soundboard. Oh, I know you timed him out for threats. I just ban him. He's gonna be hey, premarital. He's gonna be unproductive, and he's already making threats of violence. So there's no point. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. That's, yeah, premarital. What do I think of Deng Xiaoping? Didn't he oversee basically the capitalization of China? Isn't that the guy who oversaw the Great Reform and the introduction of capitalism into China? Like, I mean, seems like a bit of a sellout to me. Just saying. Yeah. Hang on. I can make that happen. Hang on one sec, Jaru. I can give you a fucking like direct link. There you go. author or literature. Depends where you want to start. I'm sorry, I can't even. Edgley. Either way. EJHLE. Depends where you wish to start. How familiar are you with leftist ideologies or anarchism in general? If you're not at all, then I would suggest starting with On Anarchism by Noam Chomsky. But if you're, let's see, he introduced some capitalism to China and shocking and things improved. No, they didn't. They just became more stratified. Well, Richard Wolff Ginger is a socialist economist. So if you're looking for anarchism, that's not the way to go. But let's see. Wanted to pop in and share the dumbest analogy I've ever heard from a conservative just now. Rules for Radicals is good too. Yeah, again, not an anarchist text though, but everybody should read Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. Everybody should read that one. I don't care what your political ideology is. You need to read that book. It will teach you loads. CEOs are as vital to companies as queen bees are to their hive. Today I learned Jeff Bezos gets constantly gangbanged by his underpaid employees. He gives birth to approximately 1,500 new workers each day. So, EJHLE, if you're new to anarchism, start with, what do I think of Bakunin? I think he's worth reading. The olds, the greats, the foundations are always worth reading. Kropotkin, Bakunin, I mean, these are, Jeff Bezos. They're always worth they're always worth reading. But I don't know, I think it's okay. I don't think we need slow mode right now, Joe. I'm at the end. Even as a conservative, I can never defend greedy CDOs. They're vastly overrated. They're not used. Cat. So there's this guy called Stirner. Fair enough, Jaru. Fair enough. Yeah, I would definitely start your journey with On Anarchism. That will get your toe in the water. But where you go from there, I think you should judge after you read it. Read it and then come back. Then we can have a conversation and we can go from there. This is my form of praxis. This is my form of activism. This is what I do to be politically active. So do I ever get tired of it? When I leave this show, and my buddy Curio's on, I will hang out on his show and we'll talk about fucking Terry the possum in the backyard of in Wampus's backyard. I have many interests outside of politics, but every day, well, 5 days a week, I do this as my form of activism because physically I'm not able to do what I used to do. Oh, yeah, no, anarcho-capitalism isn't a thing. I will defend that. That's the hill I will die on. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, authoritarian, and exploitative. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of power and authority, right? There is no way to rectify the difference between anarchism and capitalism. Anarcho-capitalism is a misnomer at best, and at worst, a intentional bad faith argument. Yes, ANCAPs are just libertarians. They just don't want to wear the banner of right wing. Do you have specific politicians you support and engage with? No. No. I do not. The closest I would come is, as a Vermonter, I'll advocate for Bernie, but I advocate for, like, 1960s and 70s Bernie. I want him back. I know we're not getting him back, but I want the Bernie that would, you know, fucking get arrested, protesting and advocate for the dissolution of the CIA. I miss that Bernie. Yeah, I want him back. Yeah, those are at the top in capitalism earn it and thus justifies the hierarchy. Exactly, Dolek. Fucking. So this is real popular author. Premarital, love it. So this is real popular author called Donald Trump. If you want to get into economics, you should really read his work. He's kind of the father of modern economics. Everyone will tell you to start with The Art of the Deal, but I'm personally a fan of 2020, The Downfall of Marxism, Stalinism, and Bidenism. My brain broke when I talked to a right libertarian who talked with a right libertarian who told this is a corrupted version of capitalism by Keynesian economics. In other words, not real capitalism. There is no such thing as pure economics. Economics is the dark arts of philosophy, basically, and there is no pure version. Everybody runs a mixed version, and anybody who advocates for pure capitalism or pure communism or pure anything really doesn't understand economics to start with. And so that, yeah, I can imagine that conversation gas. It had to have been just, fucking, hot take. The fact that hierarchies can be justified under anarchism allows for the existence of ANCAPs under the anarchist flag. They're just extremely dumb. Except you can't justify it. That's the flaw in that hot take, Cat. Under an anarchistic modality, you can't effectively justify capitalism. It's because the justifications that you're going to meet for capitalism aren't going to meet the standards of non-aggression principle, harm reduction, individual sovereignty, democratization. You can't clear the hurdles. And so the justifications that you're going to make are bad faith justifications. And so loop back, see issue number 1. You yourself say you think language is subjective. No. It's both. No. Language is both prescriptive and descriptive. When used colloquially, language is descriptive. When used academically, technically, or scientifically, it is descriptive. Exceptions for both. Oh, and then the rest of your comment doesn't matter anymore based on what I just said. Battle. Sorry. Bernie was my intro to leftism. Yeah, good for you. They say he's the best, but no one even knew he was smart, but everyone did. I don't know what that's a reference to. Yes. Tuna, I have. Ayahuasca is ruthless on your stomach. DMT's interesting. I think I hate to make the comparison, but it is sort of the cocaine version of coca leaves. It's intense. It's intense. I'm more of a fan of a slower climb up to the peak, but DMT gets the job done. Why would I call Donald Trump a fascist? Because he meets the check marks. I mean, he's a product of a fascistic system, and he is heading it to a certain degree. See 14 Points of Fascism or Eternal Fascism by Umberto Eco if you want a further definitional requirement of this. John, this is the thing. Bernie compromised his political principles mid-'80s, early 90s in order to gain traction for some progressive principles. So this is where the sort of like dichotomous nature of his advocacy starts to crop up, and you start to see like hints of what you would almost identify as hypocrisy. This is why, I say I want like 1960s, 1970s Bernie back in that attempt to gain progress for certain topics. He compromised on others. There you go. This is It was technically dubstep, Jaru. Yeah, that was technically dubstep, and 1 back was dubstep, 2 back was drum step. So there you go. All of it's on Monster Cat, so it's not going to get me DMCA struck. But that process is a slow one and inevitably leads to folks who are post-hierarchy folks that just believe any hierarchy and structural facets. You know. Well, but you're arguing against yourself now, Battle. If anarcho-capitalism is a technical term, then I get to apply a prescriptivist definitional requirement to it. And anarcho-capitalism is a misnomer. And if you listen to experts on this, as in political scientists, they agree with me. Have you ever heard Noam Chomsky talk about, who is admittedly, he's a linguist, but he is most assuredly an authority on anarchism. If you've heard him speak about anarcho-capitalism, 100% agrees with me on this one. Sorry, anarcho-capitalism is a misnomer, and political scientists agree on this. So if it is a technical term, that means the prescriptivist definitional requirements get met, and that means that it's antithetical. Anarchy and capitalism are antithetical to one another. It's just people masquerading under a different terminology. They don't want to adopt the label that would normally technically be applied to them. They're trying to use a bad faith inorganic argument. Oh, I'd love to get more information and see it from both or more perspectives, even to read some ANCAP. If you want to read, just read libertarian literature. EJHLE. Just read libertarian literature. If you want to read about ANCAPs, you just want libertarians, because that's all they are. They're libertarians masquerading as something else. And so if you want to know more about their point of view, then go read some modern libertarian, neo-libertarian, because classical libertarianism doesn't line up with what modern libertarians and even modern and ANCAPs claim to be. So you have to read stuff for modern era, contemporary era, not historical. It doesn't matter if Trump knows he's a fascist or has stumbled into fascism as the best system of force. Okay. Don't we have to compromise, though? Yeah, we do. This is why I'm an incrementalist. This is what Noam Chomsky taught me. This is what one of the best lessons I learned from Chomsky is that in order to make progress, you have to compromise. Don't allow the pursuit of perfection to get in the way of progress. And leftists do this too often. Right-wingers know how to do this really, really, really well. And leftists are always getting, they eschew progress in that pursuit of perfection all the time. They advocate for these end states, and they ignore or they eschew the the interstitials, the intermediary steps that are necessary to get there. They want to jump from A to Z and not go B, C, D, so on. Bernie's trying to move yeah, exactly. That's John spot on. What would a market without regulations as well as no government to enforce? What would you call that? That is not ANCAP. It's called a black market. The truest form of free market is the black market. That's what an economy looks like without regulations. If you want that, Ghost, that's what that is. In fact, in some of the high ivory tower discussions surrounding economics, you can often find black market and free market used interchangeably. That's what it looks like. I've been to conservative, centrist, and libertarian streams. Leftist streams, on the other hand, I don't frequent as much due to the frequency of which they ban people. Why are they so ban happy? Veldrain, different goals. different goals. If you want to, Veldrain, if you want to type exclamation praxis, Praxis, you can see my statement of channel praxis. And you can sort of understand why I give more rope, more leeway than most, Praxis, than most people, because I'm attempting to do something different than them. But different, different praxis for different channels, right? And if you're unfamiliar with the term praxis, it's theory put into action and then reflected upon, right? This is what praxis is. It's you take your political theory, you put it into action, and then you circle back on it a few times. And so I'm attempting to do something different than some of those other leftist streams. But I hate to break it to you, the conservative streams are just as ban happy. It's just the things that get you in trouble with a conservative stream are different than the things that get you in trouble with a leftist stream. And libertarians are generally right, conservatives anyway, at least in a couple of different ways. Let's just put it that way. But I will allow the distinction. Fiend, I love it. And caps are just capitalists who occasionally say, yeah, down with hierarchy, sure. Right, Mom, is there any room for any type of religion in a space of mental listing? I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but we have religious discussions on this channel all the time. We have quite a few ordained ministers that come around. I'm an ordained minister. I built my own religion. I know that's blasphemy to some, but there's always room for a religious discussion. By all means. Thought Rothbard wrote and said the word anarcho-capitalism, as you said. I tried modern libertarianism and Bakunin with Noam Chomsky. Yeah, if you want to know about anarchism, look into Noam Chomsky. If you want to know, about sort of where we were supposed to be headed, read some Adam Smith. That'll get you closer to some of the libertarian ideals, even though they don't understand it half the time because they haven't read Smith themselves. And as for, what you need to look into if you want to understand modern capitalistic theory, I would say look into what's called the Chicago School. They've fucked us more than anybody else, quite frankly. The Austrian school definitely has a say in sort of the beginning trajectory of where we were headed. And then the Chicago School, is what you want to look at for sort of where we are now with modern economics. Hey. Yeah, Homelander. Hey, Homelander. You libertarian? You mean conservative light? Exactly. So then in what ways did Bernie's compromise come out negatively? Genuinely curious. Not well educated in this stream yet. Hang on. One could argue that without the firebrand Bernie carrying the torch, that I'm going to get into no true Scotsman territory here. Hang on, everybody. I have to skip ahead. I'm sorry. All right, so that's the statement of praxis. Do you think the left's presence on social media will be able to counter the right's presence on TV and the airways? Yes, Sir Stan. I do think that tide will turn, due to the fact that the internet is more of an influence than TV anymore. Ghost, because I have a delay on that. So mods can deal with stuff. Oh, Jesus Christ, Cameronism. Mirelurk, okay, cool. Trump 2020, stop the steal, KO the fascists. Fucking hilarious. Battle. I wanted to ask this earlier, but I'll ask now. You're not supporting any politicians. Is that because there's none you find you want to support or some other reason? It's political utilitarian calculus of sorts. I mean, I voted for Biden, but that wasn't a vote for Biden, right? It was a vote against Donald Trump. Biden's a piece of Biden's 95% shit. Trump is 100% shit, right? Like I'm an anarchist. This whole thing is fucked, right? The whole thing is fucked. So I'm not going to. I will down ticket. There's some people that I can support. What's her name? The anarchistic, satanic church, sheriff, trans sheriff in New Hampshire. I can support her. But I mean, I support down ticket voting, and Federalist voting generally doesn't do much. I mean, the best you're gonna get these days is a toggle over from like Republican GOP conservatism over to neoliberalism, which is not making huge gains. I mean, you're still gonna get militarism, you're still gonna get the bootlicking, you're still gonna get fucking financial, shenanigans, you're gonna get support for corporatocracy, you're gonna get, it's all crap. So it's just utilitarian calculus at a certain point. So why don't I support particular candidates? Because generally speaking, at a national level, there aren't any candidates that I truly approve of. Locally, regionally, you can find some that I can be like, yeah, fuck yeah, Sue would really appreciate this. Mark Charles at a national level, but I mean, his campaign was doomed to start with, but he's a worthwhile candidate. AOC, hey, she's fine. She's fine. I would take AOC. I will take AOC. I will. But, this is such a prime time for the ruling elite class to divide and conquer. It's like their dream come true at this boiling point. Tuna, a little historical context. It's always been this way. There have been people from every generation that say that very same point. So it's always been that way. Can religion be compatible in election? Yes, religion can. Organized religion gets a little sketchy. Organized religion gets pretty hierarchical, so anarchists aren't a fan of that. But there is ways. There's an argument to be made that Saint Francis of Assisi was a proto-anarchist. Now, what the church did with his teachings is a whole other ballgame. But yeah, there's definitely ways for religion to be compatible with anarchism. It's just usually the hierarchical organizational structure of organized religions tends to get in the way of that. So you won't find many ascribing to those particular ideologies or philosophies or beliefs. But yeah, gas. In a book club, we're reading Society of the Spectacle. Guy annoys the shit out of me. Good luck with that. His descriptions of the spectacle. Good luck. I think Guy did more damage than good, but that's my opinion. Other people have different opinions. Come to your own conclusion after finishing it. Good luck. All right, Joe, now's the time to turn it on. Give me a 3-second slow mode, please. Thank you. What are your opinions of mostly left celebrating the Biden win? Do you think America will be able to actually unite better? No. It has nothing to do with the Biden administration. America's not going to unite we're living in two different countries. We really are. And, I mean, it would result in balkanization, but the fact of the matter is, ask me some other time, and we'll go from there. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ban him. Ban evasion. Ban him. It's ban evasion. Just ban him. Anyway, oh, Party Dinosaur. Yeah, no, I don't think there's going to be unification. Let's see. There we go. Oh, yeah, I saw that, Homelander. She did suggest the list. What if there's a slim chance Trump gets reelected, then what? Accelerationism, Veldrain. Accelerationism, then. Accelerationism kicks in directly. I say so long as your religion isn't telling people what to do, anarchists will be fine with it. Yes, exactly. What does Antifa really stand for? It stands for anti-fascism. That's what it means. It's not advocating for a position. It's advocating against a position. That if you show fascistic tendencies, authoritarian tendencies, Antifa is against you. That's what Antifa is for. Oh God, a Hassan and AOC collab stream. Oh my God. Yeah, dog, you don't know what you're talking about, but that you've already proven that earlier. Oh, Jesus. Oh. No, I think he's just old as fuck, Odin. Yeah, when you're anti-fascist, that means you're pro-fascist. Just heads up. Just a heads up. Cosmic, you're hilarious. You're in a cult of personality. I don't think there's anything that could do. Dog, Cosmic, is there anything Trump could do? Literally, let's have an honest conversation. Good faith conversation. Is there anything Trump could do to lose your support? Anything at all? Have you played Hades? I'm not into roguelikes. I have heard, I've watched plenty of run-throughs of Hades, John, and it seems like an excellent roguelike. Exactly, yeah, an excellent roguelike. It seems superb. I'm not into roguelikes, though. But if you were into roguelikes, Hades is probably worth getting. And seeing as it isn't a major AAA manufacturer, I would say buy it, support it. Have a good one, L. Catch you later. I'm going to need sources cited, Odin's, on that claim. How dare you Tuna at me? Fucking, yeah, Homelander said all religion is a cult, don't at me. Tuna added him 3 times. How dare you mock my ancient Zoroastrian religion? I'll have you know that I burn herbs on a stone altar. Dude, Zoroastrianism is my favorite go-to for, like, if I'm picking a symbol in Civ, for setting up a religion. It's my go-to. It's Zoroastrianism. It's got some really interesting foundational beliefs. 20 days from now, Trump will be trying to barricade himself in the White House. Dude, if I can get a fucking video of Trump literally being drugged from the White House, I'd be happy. I'd be happy with that. That'd be fucking hilarious. It'd be a video for the ages. Oh my God. I'm the secretary of the CEO of Antifa. Except he's not, dog. He's not going to win. He's not going to win. Tell you what, in 20 days, dog, I challenge you. Tell you what, in 20 days, make it 30. It doesn't matter. Come on back by. Come on back by. And we'll have this conversation. Trump's not going to, he's not winning. He's not going to win. I'm sorry. You're living in a deluded dream world if you think he is. It's not going to happen. His own lawyers are quitting on him, for fuck's sake. Like, sorry. I know you don't want to come to terms with this, that your cult of personality dictates that you blah, 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 blah. Come on back by in a month. Come on back by January 20th. We'll have the conversation again, and I will eat crow if, you know, Trump is president-elect. Tired of pulling punches in what I say for people that stabbed someone 3 times in the back and knocked out several women during their march. Oh, I know, Homelander. I know. They wear it like a badge now, but they are deplorable. Hades is pretty mixed. Oh, interesting. And there it is. There's the Jew thing. It always comes out eventually. There it is with dog. It always comes out. Yep, country was created on the back of revolution. That is true. And yeah, Joe is actually German. So him talking about Trump supporters reminding him of the SA and ye old Nazi Germany comes from a first-hand sort of perspective. He is German. When he says that, just saying. I want to play Hades. I don't like roguelikes, but I love the crew behind it. Yeah, the gaming company that made it is really good. Yeah, Trump went to war for Israel and tried to start World War III earlier this week with Iran. This is what I'm saying about Trump's supporters. They're fucking, it's a cult of personality. They're literally in a cult. There's nothing Trump could do that would dissuade them. And dog is a perfect example of that. Like, we see it. Look at everything they are saying. It's fucking hilarious. Ghost, you know what you were doing with that one, Ghost. That's on you. That's on you. You sound like some academic anarchist. Well, I mean, I do approach things from an academic point of view, but my days of black bloc are also behind me, right? I've been a direct action anarchist before, EJ Chile. I've been there. I've done it. And I've done the calculus required to move the needle. I think this is, I've changed more minds utilizing this as a form of praxis than I ever did any other of my methodologies. I truly, not only believe that, I know it. So I think I've found a more effective means to advocate for anarchism than the ones I used to use. I do not eschew them. I do not denounce them. I do not repudiate them. But yeah. Dog, you're fucking you're delusional and you know it. If Biden wins, there will be no free speech. I'll probably be in jail by then. Well, it's because you probably beat some random person up when you were out marching with the Proud Boys. But, you know, good luck with that. All my homies hate Konami. Fuck Konami. They have a building here in Las Vegas, actually. Dog Dick, you know that comment about leftists being far more similar to Nazis literally just is not true, right? I mean, any poli-sci major first year could tell you that. Like, Jesus, anybody with a basic civics education could tell you that. That's a... What does a Branch Davidian look like, CMK? What does a Branch Davidian look like? Because I remember seeing pictures of the Branch Davidians back in the day. It seems to me that they spanned a whole breadth of looks. Interesting. But thank you for letting me know ahead of time what to expect from you. I like it when people set expectations appropriately. And again, a German weighing in. Neoliberals are more similar to Nazis than leftists are, just saying. How are they going to say, let's discuss it, then ban first thing, and does it fit what they want? Ghost, it's somebody's channel. Maybe don't come in. Maybe, Ghost, learn how to broach the topic in a way that isn't just dropping a hot take in somebody's lap. Maybe say, hey, I have an opinion that maybe necessarily isn't going to be a favorite on this channel. And I just want to see if the waters are open and that I can, you know, voice it. I'm going to try and do it as in the most civil manner possible, but I want you to set expectations. Set expectations a little bit better. That's the only advice I have for you. I just asked my mom that question and she just couldn't give me an answer. Oh, wait, did I miss something? I don't know. Maybe I did. Oh, of course, Odin. People are going to be... I'm already bitching about Biden. He's a neoliberal piece of shit. I mean... Oh, yep, there's more dumbassery from CMK. Cool. Glad you set those expectations early on. But Dog Dick, they won't be able to. Facebook, Twitter, Google, and the mainstream YouTube will just double down their censorship. But I thought they were private companies. I thought what you do in your private company is your business. I thought that that's how it works, right? If I don't want to make a cake for a gay couple, I shouldn't be forced to make a cake for a gay couple because that's business and capitalism. You can't have it both ways, my friend. You get one or the other. Not both. Hey, thanks for the follow. Do you feel, having done the math, that you're a bit jaded towards certain forms of revolution? Yes, Jaru, yes. And not just having done the math, having done them. Yeah. Yeah, there's certain things that, you know, yeah. Who was around that night that we did the rundown of who's, like, first political experience, first political activism, first protests, you know, those sorts of things. Yeah. Yeah, after a lifetime of it, there are certain forms that I think work and don't work in my particular region. I wish I were in some other regions where other particular forms are more effective. But, yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, Jerry. Oh... Ghost, come on, the National Socialism thing is, you just need history, right? The Nazis weren't socialists. Any German school child, probably of the age of like 10, could school you on this and make you look like a fool. It's hilarious. Good night, Ginger. Sleep well. CMK just yelling Google it, because that's what fucking those type of people randomly do. They say Google is evil and censoring people, and then they tell people to Google it. Ideological consistency with cult of Trump supporters generally isn't a thing, so don't look for it. I'm just telling you that right now. No, party, no. Because generally the people who are supporting Biden aren't, they're not the same level of support, shall we say. It's very rarely that you're going to find people that are calling for Biden for life and calling Biden God Emperor and shit like that. It just, it's not a thing. Yes, Jaru. Are those who identify as focused, who are focused on the end game immediately wearing themselves out? They are. Jaru, this is something that I advocate for all the time. Right wingers get this so much better than left wingers. They really, really do. It's a game of inches. And if you focus on if you focus on that end goal, then you're never going to get there. But if you focus on that inch you can make tomorrow, then you make that inch. And then you make another inch the day after, and another inch the day after. And this is the incrementalist form that conservatism took in America. And it has been eminently effective. And people on the left need to understand this, and they need to adopt it. And so, there you go. Good riddance, CMK. Good riddance. That's all I got to say. If you're already gone, too bad I didn't get to say good riddance. Odin, that means you're definitely in the sort of accelerationist nihilist territory. If you just want to see Trump win just for like fireworks and shit fuckery, you might want to look into that, by the way. You might want to talk to a therapist. I'm not fucking with you. I'm saying literally, you may want to talk to somebody about that. That's mildly antisocial personality disorder territory. Just saying. Yeah, exactly, Joe. Socialists fought the Nazis. Just saying, but the Nazis also killed a shit ton of them. Do you associate with Antifa? Yeah, I'm friends with the regional director. We every month at the meeting at the George Soros Club meeting under the George Soros Tower. Yeah, that's Jesus Christ. Yeah, Joe with some fucking school. Hey, yeah, maybe Parlor's more your speed, dog. In what ways do you engage in politics apart from this stream? Mutual aid, solidarity networks, that sort of thing, Battle. I don't talk much about them, though. That's my real world stuff, right? I try and keep them a little separate. What could Trump do to get you not to support him? Exactly. I don't. The Trump people fucking are. That's the definition of a cult of personality. It really is. I never get them to answer successfully either, by the way. They don't fucking answer. What could Trump do to get you to stop supporting him? Because the mental gymnastics are so, Olympic grade with these types of individuals that, they make these statements. You're like, he did just that. And they're like, well, it's because he's undercover and fighting the deep state that they're in a cult. They just are. It's terrifying at times to interact directly with these people, and I do on a regular basis. Yeah, I know, right? Fucking exactly, Myler. The net neutrality stuff and the censorship arguments. Yeah, more conversation about how the Nazis hated Russia and the Russians hated Nazis. Oh, let's see. Interesting. So yeah, Night Sister fucking leaving because Joe fucking schooled them. No, actually, I'm not afraid of that, quite frankly. USA cool boy. Solid insult. Like it. Party. No, I don't. But you can't have, this is your question about censorship. Party Dinosaur, going back to the censorship, I completely understand your point of allowing businesses to do as they wish, but ethically, I guess, not sure if that's even the right word to use, but do you support the censorship of media from these companies? No, I don't. But you can't have it both ways. And the way the right argues in this country about private capital and private businesses and corporations being separate from the system of governance and the First Amendment, and how the First Amendment only applies to how the government interacts with you as an individual, makes a very clear legal distinction. So you don't get it both ways. They are free to do so they are free to do what they choose with their platforms in the form of censorship to a large degree. So one way or the other, that's the way it works. Can't have it both ways. Trump isn't a nationalist. He wears the trappings of a nationalist, but he's anything but. Half his fucking shit is always made in China. He's not a nationalist. Oh, Nightstar didn't actually fucking leave. Hey, thank you, Jaru. Yeah, usually Wyatt, that's why they're here. Oh, I know. Right, John? People thinking Biden and Harris are socialists are fucking idiots. What are you gonna do? Jesus. Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, oh, I know. Gas, I know. I caught that clarification. Tuna, solid point on that, by the way, about the investment in the politician and shit like that, and how it's liberating. They're ideological zealots to a certain degree, and like I said, cult of personality territory. Did you get banned, Night Sister? Because you're still talking. I'm just saying. Yeah, exactly. The right-wingers get actual grassroots movements that the individual people do out of their own volition to fight rapers and takers. They're so used to the astroturfing. The level of mass psychosis is bloody amazing. Tell me about it. Again, you're not blocked. Night Sister, what the... Jesus Christ, talk about a victim complex, Night Sister. Anarchists aren't necessarily against money. The concept of money as a technical tool to enable transfer of goods and services definitely could use a revision. But I wouldn't make a blanket statement, HLE, that anarchists are necessarily against money, but you will find that most of them will not be fans of it. So there are different mechanisms to enable common resource good and service transfer within a society, though. But that's deep economic theory. Look into like common resource pools and stuff like that if you want to read further on that. Cass, love it. Would you not say there's a difference between massive tech companies censoring data that's consumed by the masses and the whole cake thing? Of course, at the end of the day, I'm not saying we can have it both ways. I support tech companies' right to do as they wish, but can't help to see a large distinction between the both of them. I agree, Party. We earlier in the stream, I was making an argument for the fact that you could make an argument that Twitter would be the space of the commons, that it would be the digital equivalent of the public square, and that there is an argument to be made there, but it would require upending a whole host of legal decisions. It would require legislation, and it would require the nationalization, essentially, of a private industry. So, I mean, if right-wingers want to go down that road, by all means, have at it. I'm all for it. Can we nationalize a whole bunch of these tech companies and start implementing some interesting doctrines along the lines? That'd be an interesting route to go. But I mean, it is a valid conversation, Party. We were just talking about it earlier in the stream, like I said. But it would require some massive overhauls to accomplish that. I know, right, Joe? That's bratty subs. I love it with a boring channel. Then why are you here? Why are you here? I don't understand those people. The right of professional victims. I know, right? How dare you ban me despite me clearly not being banned? I know, right? I don't understand that person. So you recognize that Trump is not a nationalist, but call him a fascist, saying his fascism is ultra-nationalism. What's your justification? Oh, no, I said he wears the trappings of nationalism, right? And fascism is all about aestheticization. It's about that. It's about hypocrisy more often than not. And so you can do that. That's firmly accomplishable. Yeah. I mean, look at Hitler and some of the Jews within his circles that he was fine giving the okay to because they were one of the good ones. Fascism is all about those sorts of dichotomous loopholes, shall we call them. EJHLE, how long have I been an anarchist? There's an argument to be made that I've always been an anarchist. I've wavered a couple of times, but the fact of the matter is the fact that I grew up in technology, that I was within certain scenes, punk, rave, this sort of thing. I've always been leaning this way. I solidified it probably 18, 20 years ago. About 12 years ago, I started really studying it. And within the last 5 years, I've really become, I think I digested it, right? Like there comes that point where you understand the material enough that you stop referencing direct theory and you start truly, I don't know, how do I want to put this, activating it. So, but I mean, based on how I was brought up, based on the sort of industries that I grew up in, I mean, I was age 4 in front of a mainframe terminal. Technologically speaking, there's a huge anarchistic school within the IT industry that, you know, understands distributed computing and open source. So these sorts of things relate directly to, you know, a non-centralized system and ground up ideologies and solidarity and mutual aid networks. They relate directly. So for a very long time. Hey, Dingo. I'm going to allow that message, but I mean, Trump is not about peace and freedom. That's the stupidest statement of the night, and we've had some really fucking stupid ones. This motherfucker just wanted to bomb a Iranian nuclear facility that would result in more deaths than Nagasaki and potentially kick off World War III. He's not about peace and freedom. This is a motherfucker who is, I mean, come on. Come on. You know that's a bad faith argument. If you don't, then God bless you, bless your heart. That's all I got. What's my opinion on Bitcoin? You're IT and anarchist, so I'd like your opinion. Okay, so cryptocurrency evangelists drive me up a wall. They drive me up a wall. I think there's merit to the technology. I think Bitcoin, I think the commoditization and speculation within Bitcoin ruined the opportunity that Bitcoin had. I think people's inherent greed got the best of them, and they turned what was supposed to be a currency replacement into a commodity. And as a result of that, it supplanted the opportunity with just another stock market. Now, the technology has some interesting ramifications mid and long term. Short term, not much. But there's sort of 2-3 avenues that I could see taking. One, the sort of co-opting by banking and governmental interests. And so they would just use it for their own end devices. Two, illegality across the board of it, or at least a regulation to the point where it is ineffective as a currency replacement. Or three, a migration from the blockchain community over to a re-emphasis on blockchain as sort of a smart contracting system and a read-only database methodology. Because in its current iteration, it is essentially nothing more than a cryptographically signed read-only public ledger. So some of my thoughts on it. Battle. But if he has the fascist... Okay, so let's say he meets 13 out of the 14 points by Umberto Eco. Is he a fascist? Yes. Just because you don't meet all 14. He's definitely the head of a fascistic system. Because we went through that list multiple times on this stream. Yeah. So one, he's just meeting the aestheticization quality. It doesn't get him out. It's not enough to absolve him, as it were. There isn't such a thing as a U.S. president that isn't a warmonger. Jimmy Carter's your best argument, Kaiser. But even then, he oversaw, a military system that blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, no, I'm in agreement, generally speaking. Yeah, I know. Remember the migrant caravan that was gonna... Fucking dumbassery. And Night Sister, neither did Trump. Like, this is the thing. Like, to talk about classic whataboutism. Well, Obama, okay. Obama sucked too. He's a warmongering, centrist that oversaw all sorts of horrible crimes against humanity, just like Trump. Trump's a piece of shit too. You have to admit that. You're in a cult. It's weird. And there's Dog with the fucking... I know, John with the fucking rundown of Trump for peace and freedom. He fired rockets at Syria. He assassinated an Iranian general, tried to coup regimes in Venezuela and Iran, bloated defense budget increase during his presidency, hawks in his cabinet, Pompeo, Bolton, Abrams, Esper. I mean, Jesus Christ. Exactly. Like, Trump's, I guess. Sure. Except he didn't actually pull the soldiers tuna. He reassigned them. That's the thing. He shuffled them. It was such a bad faith move. It really was. The press for it was one thing. What actually happened is a whole other ballgame. You're welcome, AJ HLA. Yeah, the crypto thing, let's just say I was in it to a certain extent. Didn't make any money from it, just technologically. I've been around it. Dingo, as for getting out of that globalist stuff, Trump, as his result of not being in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, has given China the opportunity to set up a trading bloc with 26 countries accounting for 30% of the world's economy. They will have tariff-free trade between them. He fucked up so badly on a scale that I'm not sure you comprehend. The trade war that Trump has started is going to be damaging the U.S. economy for probably 3 to 5 generations. It's absolutely absurd. And it may actually allow China to supplant the U.S.'s superpower status. So, good job. Trump basically handed China the win. Trump is exactly the definition. Yes, Pac-Man, the bit cheer is 10,000 to dissuade people from donating bits. I can't stop you from subbing. I can only encourage you to spend that money that you wanted to spend on me on a charity that you believe in. Spend it on, a dinner for a loved one. Give it to a random homeless person. That's the reason the bit cheer is set to 10,000, is that's so to prevent people from spending random money with Amazon and Jeff Bezos. Like I said, I can't do anything about the subs, but I can do something about the bits. So. Oh, yeah, the Yemeni war is, Jesus Christ, probably the largest humanitarian crisis on the planet at present, and Trump has worsened it and worsened it. And yeah, fucking the betrayal of the Kurds was... The Kurds are the most moderate, amazing Muslims in the region, and Trump just threw him under the bus because he's a dickhead. You said idea and potential of crypto was great, but the greed made it a commodity. So true. Okay, thank you for your time, Kai. I tried to read your recommended literature and maybe in the near future come back to ask more. Well, I look forward to it, EJHLE. Good luck. God bless. Enjoy whatever I recommend. Enjoy those recommendations, and hope you learn something. Yeah, I know. The whataboutism with Obama is... no, what I'm saying isn't false. You need to look up the new China trading bloc, Dingo, and you need to school yourself. They literally, China has set up a trading bloc that accounts for 30% of the global economy. It's going to undermine us for generations to come. Just, learn something. That's all. This isn't... Yeah, consumers pay the tariffs, not China. I don't understand how people don't understand. Tariffs isn't... it's Econ 101 territory. Tariffs are not paid by the country that you place the tariffs upon. It's paid by your consumers. It's a psychological or economic manipulation of your internal economy in order to dissuade customers from purchasing those goods and services. This is easily like first day of class territory. I don't understand how people don't grasp this concept. Fubar, you need to look into it. That's all I can say. Hey, Axel! Jesus Christ, what's up, Axel? Night Sister. I was an IT consultant Literally my own IT consultancy for many years in the Las Vegas Valley, servicing companies the size of which that you probably have never even interacted with, quite frankly. But I don't know your history, so maybe you have. But either way. Oh, okay, I get it. Dingo's a fucking conspiracy head. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Tuna, I see you baiting them. I see you baiting them. Trump big brain business boy. Yeah, I'm not going to attempt to, like, dick measure with some random person on the internet, Night Sister, who clearly is in the cult of personality for Trump and is conspiracy minded. I mean, I'm sorry. You're welcome to, you know, hang around my chat and yell what you want, but, I mean, good luck to you. It's not how I measure my worth, but it was an answer to your question. Came from Patriot News, probably. Joe, let's do the...
Fuck the Chinese government. There.
I love that clip. India's a big factor in all of this. Well, where would they go trade-wise? We're hoping to get India involved with, like, Australia. But the fact of the matter is that the disputed region between India and China keeps being a hot zone, Zealot. And so as long as that keeps being a disputed region and a hot zone, then we can keep India out of China's grasp. But that's sort of up to the Chinese government's border policy and how they handle that, handle the Galwan region, the Galwan Valley, I should say. Tuna, I'd like to smoke some of that Martian weeds. Ship it on back when you got your first harvest. Space weed for the win. Martian weed, indica, sativa. I'm sorry, I'm an indica man myself. That's all I've been smoking for years and years and years. Oop, oop. No, I don't need that. I need slow mode. We'll put it on 3 seconds for now. Now I'm caught up. You're right. Fucking soon as I took it. We're gonna take it back up. Do people realize that capitalists in the U.S. move their production to China because the labor there is cheaper? Do they really think these capitalists would want to move manufacturing back to the U.S. and pay the same wages and benefits as existed in the 60s? Those days are over. Manufacturing isn't coming back. This isn't even factoring in automation, which makes the problem even worse. I know, John. People, I don't get it. I don't get it. Part of the Belt and Road Initiative is to encircle India and force them to be subservient. I know. India's doing a solid job of holding out. It's okay, Axel. India, upcoming global superpower. They have the potential, at least. Whether they do or don't, I would never begin to even predict. But they definitely have the potential. No, I didn't. But I'll look it up. Sure, Stan. Oh, God, my hand. stands. God, enough with your stupid fucking... Turn off all that. Confirm. There we go. Oh, interesting. All right, I'm gonna look into that, Sir Stan. Thank you. First fucking thing they said tonight that was legit. Do I have a charity that I'd recommend? Food Not Bombs, if you're in the U.S. They have some global operations as well, but they're an anarchistic food operation that feeds homeless people and people who are in need of food. So Food Not Bombs. If I had to, you know, pick one. Yeah. Press exit out. There you go. Food Not Bombs. There you go. So, yeah, that I'm, you know, if I had to pick one, I'd go with them. Feeding people's an honorable goal. They're up to 65 countries, 1,000 plus cities right now. Yeah, anybody in need. They do, like, disaster relief as well. Yeah, it's a rough one, Jero. Hey, been around long enough. Thanks for the follow party. I think we go the opposite route, Cool Boy. I think we use negative. I think if we, rather than try to incentivize, I think you go with punishment. Because we tried incentivization. Didn't work. Oh, yeah, we were doing great under Trump, Dingo. Fucking amazing. Brilliant take of the century. Just galaxy brained. Trump has fucking knocked it out of the park. Did you see this shit? It's amazing. He's protected us from the globalist deep state so effectively. Highest number of unemployment since the Great Depression, a shit-canned economy, fucking a pandemic spreading across our country, greatest amount of racial and religious divide our country has seen in generations. Oh, it's brilliant. Oh, it's so brilliant. Yeah, don't forget everything he's done for the environment. Fucking Jesus Christ. The deregulation of Clean Water Acts and the deregulation of coal ash and how they're allowed to dispose of it in rivers. Oh, it's been great. It's a fucking party. Yeah, clean coal. Exactly. Fucking dumbasses. Oh, I know which one this is. But hey, he's going to ride in on his white horse and save us all one of these days, I'm sure. Oh, wait, what's he doing? Oh, that's right. He's at a golf course again. His own golf course that we're paying for him to be there. Like, we're paying him twice. Yeah, fuck you. He's doing fantastically. Just ask him. Yeah, oh yeah, the coal industry is fucking tanking because it's just not economically feasible. Renewables are kicking the shit out of it. All that is, look at that projection. What about personal responsibility, Dingo? What about lifting yourself up by your bootstraps? Is he not the commander-in-chief of the United States military? Is he not the president of the United States? Is he not the most powerful man in the free world? But no, it's the globalists, the Gates, the Faucis. It's all their fault. Trump is just along for the ride. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. But. Hey, me, Trey. Just some Trump apologists and fucking conspiracy theorist whack jobs. Not much. I'm not mad. I find you sad. I find you pathetic. I don't have enough in me to be mad at you or hate you. I just find the fact that you exist depressing. That's all. No, I don't have to be. It's my channel, remember? I don't have to be respectful of your positions if your positions are horrible. If they lead to deaths and suffering en masse, I don't need to respect that. You have shitty opinions, and I can say so. Freedom of speech, bitches, right? Your opinion is shitty. Your support for a regime this is where you lose respect. Cool. I gotta tell you, I've been sick of your shit since you walked in the room. Like, you're a conspiracy-minded, conservative Trump supporter. You're an apologist for a regime that kills and forces suffering upon so many. You've been voicing it from moment one. I know, right, John? It's this hero worship that goes along with this shit. Fucking how about we stop relying on people with immense amounts of power and wealth to make the great decisions that are in our interest and work towards creating a society where decision making is more democratized and where people aren't so reliant on the authority figures. What a concept, right, John? Fucking brilliant. Hey, party. Have a good night. Sleep well. Rest well. Hope you're as well as you can be, my friend. The globalist psychic vampires that feed on newborns and suck their adrenochrome. Dude, I'm not pro-Biden. I'm anti-Biden as well. It was utilitarian calculus. You know that party. Like, they both suck. When you come back and Biden's doing shitty things, I will be talking about Biden's shitty things. I've been talking shit about him for fucking years, too. At least he apologized for the crime bill, finally. Yes, the globalists and their satanic fucking ritual, feeding on the cosmic energy of the fifth dimension. Exactly, Internet Gas. Interdimensional praying mantis. Love it. You mean 11th dimension? Exactly. I wish I fucking knew, Mitre. Hey, you know, thanks for the sub, Jaru. Yep. Exactly, John. Hey. Anarcho Koshi. Thanks for the follow. John, if decision-making was democratized, jobs wouldn't have been moved overseas in the first place. If decision-making was democratized, a handful of execs wouldn't have made a boatload of money while the other workers are struggling to make it day-to-day, week-to-week. Exactly. And worker-organized co-ops have better metrics across the board as far as all of those things are concerned. There's higher rates of job happiness and contentment at work. They suffer economic they weathered economic downturns better. They have a propensity not to lay off workers, but decrease overall rates of pay across the board. They are by and large. Oh! Did that happen? Did you do that? I don't see it. Oh, yep. Night, Zealot. How long? All right, give me one sec. Done. Done. Oh, well, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, no, by all means, come on back by when Biden's doing shitty stuff. Party when he's in office. We'll talk about how shitty Biden is. The instant he swears in, he's already doing shitty stuff. I mean, that's by being the head of this bullshit, he's already doing shitty stuff. So, yeah, 100%. Exactly. We can complain together. Jesus Christ, Dingo. You have drank the fucking Flavorade. I want that back, by the way. Kool-Aid had nothing to do with Jonestown. It was an off-brand called Flavorade. It's just nobody knows what Flavorade is. But yeah, Dingo drank the fucking Flavorade. Any chances of the agencies defecting to Biden before January and ignoring Trump orders? Yeah, actually, the generals have already stated. A couple of them said, we don't swear an oath to the commander. We swear an oath to the Constitution. So there are indications, both from the intelligence community and the military community, that given a certain level of illegal order, they may not act upon it. I thought it was funny and worth the 10,000. Fair enough. Yeah, she said that she was repressed, so I said night sister and showed her some oppression. Trump is the laughing stock of the world. Like, really, the USA has never been this low internationally. Oh, I know. Yeah, citation needed. Biden and his cabinet will not be in the same realm, same area code as Trump and his all-star cast of best hires until he fires them and calls them idiots. Flavorade was the stuff in a bottle you mix with water to make fake juice. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what they drank at Jonestown. It wasn't Kool-Aid. It was Flavorade. But No one remembers that. Oh, don't. I mean, you're looking for. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, right beats right. Fucking nuance. You've been paying attention. Hey, if he goes pro union, I'm for it. I'm sort of a wait and see kind of guy with that sort of stuff, though, given the track record of, you know, him, his party, this country. I most assuredly am sort of, you know, wait and see. Fister Gently. Love the name. Love the name. Oh, thanks for the laugh. Thanks for oh. Exactly, cool boy. Exactly. Trump's a fucking cartoon character. He's a caricature of a leader. What do we got up here? Oh, okay. Actually, can I remark this? Yeah, I'm gonna remark that as unread. Yeah, Greenpeace hasn't been effective for fucking ages. Warp. But I agree with the sentiment. I agree with the sentiment. Oh, I always love that, cool boy. Yeah, he's a poor man's idea of a wealthy person, a classless person's idea of a classy person, a dumb person's idea of a smart person. But con men are good at that. I mean, that's one thing I will give him. He is a halfway effective con artist. He's been conning schmucks his whole life. Well, it seems the globalists won the election, so sucks for you, I guess. Solid take. Oy vey. All right, so let me check something here. It's been a fairly long stream. What are we up to? 4:11. All right. I kind of want to raid somebody who isn't political. I kind of want to see just some rando. Oh, it was Riverboat Jack that you got into trouble with, Ghost, I'm betting. Yeah, I'm almost guaranteeing it was Riverboat. All right, let me pull nobody. Oh, interesting. What a fascinating stream. All right, I see shit happening here. Hang on, I'm coming back. All right. Federal budget for let's see. Federal budget for Christmas trees at the White House should be one only rooted in a pot, non-plastic. Yep. Spot on, cool boy. He's so smart, we can't see his school records. Yeah, I remember he threatened Wharton and his high school and middle school with lawsuits, I believe. if they dared, show any of his transcripts or grids. So rich we can't see his tax returns. So patriotic, yet he dodged the draft. I mean, Wyatt, we're all in on the globalist. Well, I mean, did you get your Soros check this month, Wyatt? You seem to be doing the globalist work, so you better get paid for it. Check your Soros bucks. She actually said soy boy, fucking unironically. Dude, Dingo, you're a caricature. Like, you really are. You're a cartoon character. It's Fister, I love it. Yeah, we're all just dumb. Like, Dingo is high level, like Andy Kaufman level satirism, and that we're just all missing it. It's all a character. Dingo actually is a full-on Bidenist. Fucking riding with Biden, yo. 100%. I get paid per message in an offshore bank account owned by China and Iran. Rock on, Wyatt. Rock on. I'm glad you're offshoring that shit. Is Dingo on Mecha Soros's dime? Oh, for sure. You're the one who's hanging out here, Dingo. You're the glutton for punishment. You're the masochist. Like, it's funny. Like, you spent your evening, your night, your day, whatever, hours talking to anarchists and leftists, and I mean, this is what you've chosen to do with your day. So, that's on you. But thanks for the entertainment. Thanks for livening it up with your wacky conspiracy theories and shit. Oh, I know, Jaru. I feel that. Because this is America, I'm an anarchist. Dingo. Because of America, I'm an anarchist. Ode. Feel free to find your local recruitment office. They'll sign you up. You get a membership. Somebody's just setting up their stream. Interesting. It's just a test run, though. So many people play Call of Duty on Twitch. There's so many people streaming Call of Duty. It is astounding how many people play Call of Duty. The Bill Burr group. Oh, somebody's playing SnowRunner. To be fair, is Anarchist Bookstore here, and they will sign you up. Where are you, Fister? That you've got an anarchistic bookstore. Some of my favorite ones are American living in the UK. I've had a few books on anarchism shipped over from the UK because I couldn't source them in America. Somebody who, Gobinist, somebody who argues in bad faith, somebody who argues without content, somebody who sits in chat and just says you're wrong over and over again. This is a Rick. I love that. Prove it. That's a solid prove it. I hate to break it to you. I could say this in like probably 127 countries, Dingo. It's that diluted American shit that you think that like, oh, America gives you that freedom to say that. No, they don't. The fact that I have vocal cords and lungs gives me the freedom to say this. I could go to the UK, I could go to Germany, I could go to Italy, I could go to France, I could go to Spain, I could go to Portugal, I could go, I mean, for fuck's sake, I could go to Ghana and say this. Like, no, it is. Do you think there aren't anarchists in any of these countries? Like, you really are just sort of sadly deluded. I know. I know, right, Joe? It's that sort of rhetoric that you usually hear espoused by individuals who have never left the country. Yeah, WikiLeaks creator is going to be in prison for life because the U.S. won't allow free speech. There's South American and Pan-African, the anarcho influence they got whitewashed a bit, but I understand where you're coming from, Joe. America gives you the freedom to say that. Goofy as shit, people say. Oh, what's going on? No, he does. That's the thing, Tuna. He really, really does. Like, this dude is convinced that George Soros and Antifa are going to come to his house in particular and take his gun, and it's fucking wacky. Yeah, what's going on there? Odin, Axel, what the hell is knocking off? Sorotifa will make you poop your pants then. Hey, Ace! What's up, Ace? It's been a long night. Wish Curio were going. He's not, is he? No, he's not. I could use a decompressed stream after the level of conspiracy theory fucking chuttery that I've witnessed tonight. Just trying to find a single streamer count. I'm trying to find a stream with a single viewer or lower that isn't just doing something stupid. Ooh. RN Jesus. All right, I like the name at least. All right, coming back to chat. Hang on. You all never told me if Bilderberg and Lockstep are conspiracy. I mean, Bilderberg exists. It's a conglomerate of business interests and business heads. And that's... Dalek, that is a solid point. I should consider that. Wait, what are we doing? I mean, if Ace wants to hop in voice chat really quickly and have a little chat to wrap up the show, I mean, if you want to do that, fucking, I don't mind. It's been a long run. It's only been like 4.5 hours. I mean, some of my streams go 6 and 7, but, you know, let me know. Somebody at me. We're trying to get cirrhosis of the liver trending on with the right Twitter as a joke. That's solid, Jaru. I like that. I'm not even having to respond to him on stream, and basically I have a headache. Exactly, Dalek. No, Tuna. It's all fucking... see, that's the thing. You are powerless before the machine. You know, yeah, it's absolutely insane. All right. I don't know what's going on there. Axel and Odin, just knock it off. Both of you. One of you stop responding to the other, please, before I have to time both of you out. Just knock it the fuck off. I don't know what your guys' deal with it. I don't care who started it. What the fuck? Am I a kindergarten teacher now? Jesus Christ. This is why anarchism can't work, because people can't behave like fucking adults. Where's Kat with the hot take? All right, so I'm gonna go looking. All right, Ace, if you would like to join us on air, feel free. I'm gonna resize some of this shit. There we go. Man, it's been a fucking night. I called that early, with Kat, like, I think it was, I don't know, within the first 10 minutes. And I said, I'm like, it's gonna be one of those nights. I just felt it. There may be revolution. We're living under tyranny. I don't disagree that we're living under tyranny. It's an authoritarian, exploitative system. Capitalism foments that. Capitalism helps that. The system we have is inherently tyrannical. So congratulations. Welcome to the team, Dingo. Yes, all of this shit is fucking tyrannical, and we should deal with it.
Man, Dingo really doesn't get it. It's
Sam begged me to unban him, by the way. No, never. I will ban and reban every new account that dude creates. Like, he is so obnoxious. Unless he can prove to you, Mitre, that he's gonna take it down like 1,000 notches. I'm fine with it if I'm cool with the second chance on him if he agrees to come in and listen rather than proselytize. Questions, not yelling about Huxism and shit. Like, if he just takes it down a notch or a lot of notches, okay, fine. But he is so over the top. Socialism started this shit. When was there socialism in America? Like, when did that happen? Did I miss the fucking beat? Did I miss something? Hey, Joe, you know this kind of stuff. Was there a socialist regime in power in the U.S.?
Nope. It was just a little bit more social, never socialist, but then it just turned to shit. The railways, right?
Yeah, I like, what kind of deluded fucking world do you live in? It's been going on for a long time now. Yes. You see, it's the chemtrails. It's the chemtrails. See, they spray nanoparticles in the air, and see that turns your kids gay. And see, it's a conspiracy. We're gonna infiltrate. Come on, dude. You have to know how crazy you sound.
Fucking hell. He just lacks an education. Like, he doesn't even know history. I mean, he's probably one of those guys. He says, "Oh, this happened 10 years ago. It's not relevant anymore." It's like, what the fuck? Shit that happened 300 years ago is still relevant because it has a fucking effect on what we're doing today.
Well, of course you did, Tuna, because it is. And despite our differences of opinion on solutions, I think we both agree on at least 80% of the problems. That, a fair, realistic analysis of the playing field. And so that's sort of our common ground, Tuna, for sure. To deny that the U.S. is a hyper-capitalistic corporatocracy is just a denial of reality. I don't, fucking Ribbert for his pleasure. If we had socialism, we would have had universal health care. It's, I don't know what to do with you, bro. I don't know what to do with you. Let's just put it that way. As a socialist, I love that Ramsey coming in with the Dutch perspective. As a socialist, I wish socialism had been working towards their goals as some sort of deep state for a long time at this point. Unfortunately, this is not the case.
Hey, goedemiddag, Ramsey.
Okay, so you are proving you literally know nothing of your own history that you're talking about. If you think the centralized banking came along during the time of FDR, I mean, bro. Oh, yep, you got a Guten Tag. Right? Can we just get Dingo to recruit people for a socialist deep state? Just follow them around saying, actually, we should do that. Yeah, everything he just said, but unironically. Let's do that. Of course it started before that, because you know nothing. Like, this is insane. I'm done. Chat, we're officially ignoring Dingo. I know it's been fun. I know it's been amusing, but we're officially ignoring Dingo at this point. Or at least I am. Good luck with it. So what time is it for you? It's like early, wait, you're probably like afternoon, right, Joe?
Yeah, it's 1 p.m.
Yeah. It's starting to internalize those time zones. Starting to. So yeah, no, it has been from moment one, like the first 10 minutes of this stream, it got weird. and like conspiracy-ish, and it just, let's see, yeah, so bunch of fucking people. Sam came back by. It took me a while to realize who the fuck Sam was. But yeah, it's that Stalinist apologist and shit. And who, is saying that, Stalin did a lot of good. Like, you can't let the bad fucking, like, it just, dude's crazy and is very much like I told him, I've known Jehovah's Witnesses that were less emphatic than he is. Like, he just got to the point where literally, like, we had to ban him because he was derailing everything. Yeah, Hitler was a vegan. He wasn't all bad. Exactly. Like, it really is. Speaking to Sam, like, it is along those lines. It's crazy to listen to him talk. Let's see. FDR was elected to 4 terms, even though his administration was the one that passed Social Security, unemployment, minimum wage, and a massive public jobs program that employed 10 million people during the Great Depression. The propaganda, brainwashing, and revisionism that people have been subjected to is so depressing. We need an overhaul of education, among other things. The compromises he had to do with the Dixiecrats, though, led to a whole racist set of policies that got rolled out, but that isn't, negating those. But yeah.
FDR and his socialist bullshit. Sorry, I know we're ignoring it, but... Oh, God.
Let's see. What does Zealot say? The Kulaks deserve it. Yeah, okay. So that's what Gas was referencing. I've met people in chat who unironically believe that. Now that Dingo's gone, let's get back to our globalist takeover talk. Putin has 5 dogs. We only know of 3, but I'm sure the other 2 are fine. Let's see. A shout out, K.A. Kodo. Shout out to my Agenda NWO Tankies, DSA Tankies. What did you today? What did you do today to accelerate the hashtag Great Reset? DSA Jammies. Are you getting are you getting excited for the global technocracy yet? Let's see. Jeru, no can do. Got a small gathering that night. Can we do the 23rd rather than the 20th? Yeah, exactly. Me, Trey. I always heard that Hitler hated vegetables, but that he tried to eradicate them. Dalek, recognizing the humanity in terrible people is important, in my opinion. You don't need to demonize people for them to be humanitarian disasters on an unprecedented level. I think that counts in most cases, but the fact of the matter is when you're dealing with somebody who's using rhetoric like Sam was about somebody like Joseph Stalin, I think an exemption can be made. I really do, Dalek. It gets weird when there's this level of aestheticization and idolization surrounding a dude who was as fucked in the head as Joseph Stalin was. Yeah. Wait, Fist had a dad joke. Yep, I heard he sent all the oranges to concentration camps. Oh, Jesus Christ. Solid dad joke. Wait, backing up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Stalin was just a misunderstood boy. That's all. Oops. God damn it. Double clicked a window I didn't mean to double click. I thought it was a song lyric. Had to look it up. Zealot, did someone say gulag? See, Tuna, stop trying. Stop trying, Tuna. Just let it go. Let it go. This is what you do with these types of people. You just ignore them. So Trudeau did nothing wrong. Yeah, he's a bit of a dick. Dalek. Ignoring them isn't fun though. I default to two different areas of music. Electronica of all sorts of genres. Like, I like techno of all sorts. And punk music. I like punk. These days, due to my sort of like, let's call it advanced age, I like folk punk. I like a, you know, still got the soul of punk, but usually less screaming at me. Just put it that way. So yeah, what do we got? Like if you want like a singer-songwriter, he's retired now. But Pat the Bunny, P-A-T, the Bunny. Techno, hardstyle, I shuffled psytrance, punk, Sum 41, Egypt Central, Offspring. Sum 41, not so much. The 90s era of little more poppy punk, I understand, but I'm more sort of like Anti-Flag, NoFX, Pennywise, Bad Religion for 90s era punk. If you're gonna go down that route, yeah. But as far as techno goes, this is Mazel and Glasscat right now. Maazel and Glasscat. If you want to look it up, Ace. No, Anti-Flag, NoFX, hell yeah. Yeah, that is sort of my era. As for like techno, electronica, I'll listen to just about anything. Shout out to Sizzlebird, Sizzlebird. Just a boy. It's just my boy. That's Ott. He's a British classically trained violinist that, you know over the internet to a certain extent. Let's just put it that way. But I mean, Fracture Design, Ramsey, of course, Inukshuk, just a few off the top of my head. I have a laundry list of electronica, techno musicians and creators and DJs that I listen to. Yeah, I know, right? That is a trend I've noticed, Wyatt, that the conservatives are trying to like claim that they're punk now, and it's like, talk about not understanding the scene. We're punk rock because people hate us. Yeah, that's not what makes you punk rock. Like, Jesus Christ. The billionaire real estate magnate is totally anti-establishment. Dude, Steven Seagal. Okay, so has anybody ever heard the Steven Seagal ex-wife story?
No.
So basically, whose story is this? I'm trying to remember whose story this is. It's a comedian. Basically, okay, so Steven Seagal, if you donate enough money to the Buddhists, you can like earn titles and shit, and you can meet the Dalai Lama, right? Total standard religious scam territory. And he was in his trailer one afternoon after having a meeting with the Dalai Lama, and this is whose fucking story is this? Hang on, it's gonna bother me until I know whose story this is. It's Tom Arnold. It's fucking Tom Arnold. It's Tom Arnold's story. So basically, he's in his trailer one afternoon, and Tom Arnold's like gonna meet him there, right? Steven Seagal comes in, and he's just had a meeting with the Dalai Lama, and he says how he's been made like a deity of some sort, and he's achieved this like new level of enlightenment as a result of this, and how everything is fucking amazing, blah blah blah. And as Tom Arnold tells it, his fucking his assistant comes in and says that his ex-wife is on the phone and something to do with the child custody arrangement has changed, and he immediately goes from, I really feel that I've achieved a new level of enlightenment and that I'm at peace. Fuck that bitch! Fuck that bitch! Fuck her! If she fucking thinks she's taking the fucking kids, I swear to God, I'll fucking kill that bitch! Immediately immediately snaps.
That is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's one. Tom Arnold has a bunch of amazing stories like that. He's wacky as shit, but he's really good for some inside baseball when it comes to Hollywood and experiences. Yeah, a master of the meditative calm, exactly. Let's see. Apparently he's a Russian citizen too, by the way. Putin literally made him a Russian citizen.
Good night, Mitre. Sleep well. Have a beer on me.
Night, meaty.
Oh.
Yeah. Some of the he's been like a sheriff in Louisiana for like 2 decades. And like he even had a TV show at one point. I don't know if it's still on the air, but he had a TV show at one point where, I mean, he's out there like acting like as a deputy. And like imagine getting pulled over driving along Louisiana, you got a tail light out or something, and somebody pulls you over and you look out your window and there's fucking Steven Seagal standing there with a camera crew. He's one of the wackiest motherfuckers on the face of the planet. I love him to death. He's so insane.
Is he a Russian citizen now?
Yeah.
You're saying he's
Yep. No, Putin gave him citizenship.
Hilarious. Of course he would.
Let's see. Looks like around 2013.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, USA cool boy acting is absolutely a very loose term in connection to Rip Seagal. That's
He doesn't act. He's just there. It's fair. That's fair. He's just. He's not on the. I adore Nicolas Cage, by the way. Sleep well, Fiend.
Ridiculous Cage. Ridiculous Cage.
I adore that guy. He's so batshit insane. Let's see. Did the other one? Yeah, I think the other one. Whoever timed. Whoever it was. Whoever redeemed their time.
Night Sister? No, she's gone.
I did. Yes, Tuna with the fucking solid Seagal anecdote. Yeah, fucking Seagal. I just read the greatest script ever. Yeah, who wrote it? I did. Yeah, that's a Tom Arnold story. Like that's one of the ones Tom Arnold told about Steven Seagal. Like it's just Steven Seagal's amazing. He's a fucking treasure. He's so batshit insane. Night, Sir Stan.
Mm.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Let me pull the. Where's my dashboard? There's my dashboard. Now, do I have anybody? No. I mean, I got Graugod, but he's doing fine. He's got 63 people with him right now. That's not who I want to raid. All right, does anybody have anybody that they feel comfortable raiding that is like teen, in the numbers of teens or down? I'd really like to raid somebody with little to no number with a decent number. So if anybody has anybody that they don't, you know, they feel comfortable taking this crew over there with, it doesn't matter, Tuna. It doesn't matter. As long as you think it's okay for us to raid them. I don't want to bring this crew into like some, you know, exactly. Mayumi or Maybesai.
How about raiding a right-wing channel?
No.
Nah. Come on.
Okay, so Mayumi has the lower number. So I think we're gonna go with Mayumi, who's playing World of Warcraft, which is not my thing, but
What Kodo? She goes raw, literally just making this sound, or what do you mean?
all right. Okay, so it's on you guys to warn her. We're going to Mayumi, and it's on somebody to give her fair warning. Who suggested Mayumi? Tuna. All right, Tuna. Hey, thank you for the follow, Callie. We were just headed out. It's on you, Tuna, to warn this poor person. All right, you motherfuckers. As crazy it has been, as wacky as it's been, as long as it has been,
Hey, Dingo wants to be part of our crew.
It is what it is. We got Tuna. We got Homelander. We got right wingers. We got authoritarians.
Yeah.
We got all sorts of stuff. So I mean, you know, I do run a big tent here, and I would like to point out, Dingo, when you go forth and tell these stories, I want you to point out that in fact you did not end up banned on this channel. Yeah, I don't know what that was about, but I'm deleting it nonetheless. All right, you motherfuckers. KaisThings.com, KAISthings.com. If you want to catch all of my stuff, it's always there. I'm on 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. U.S. Pacific time, and 11:30 p.m. Pacific time, Tuesday and Thursday. Oh, did she?
Yeah, she just went offline.
Okay, I canceled the raid at the literally like the last 2 seconds. So, anybody? It was Mabese or something like that. No comment chick is Internet Gas's suggestion. All right, let me look. Oh no, she's got like 27 people. I want somebody with lower numbers than that. They're doing fine. I like to make somebody's night though. Yeah, good luck with that, Truth. They got word we were raiding and peaced out. Dingo's coming! Dingo's coming! Wicked Supreme. Alright, cool. Riverboat Jack is cool. What do we know about Wicked Supreme, Girly Bear? And welcome, by the way. Thanks for the follow.
I'm gonna go make some coffee.
All right. I'm gonna check this channel really quickly.
But the rules are
Fucking ads. He's cool. All right. Is he gonna be okay with a bunch of like leftist, anarchist, fucking whack jobs, raiding his channel? We're good? We think this is okay? Okay. Then we'll set up the raid, and we'll go with that. And for those that just joined us, I hope to see you in a future stream. Oh, okay, cool. All right, then, yeah, then. Oh, you've been here all night lurking. Oof, Jesus, girly. Then you've definitely had a show and a half. So cool. I hope you enjoyed it. As for the rest of us, again, I hope you're as well as you can be. Till next time, folks.
Wait, I don't think so. Fuck, I don't remember. Proudly Radical. What's going on? We're breaking some codes. We were watching a documentary about the Zodiac Killer, and I have